But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, big shout out to Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tears Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, the name's Burley, JMels24, Unimento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Rouge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. And with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Hello, Discord.
I don't think there's anybody in there. I just had a look.
There. Dank, East is West, Flat Earth Circle, Neil, Surf Daddy, and the Viking.
Yeah. We're all here. But no one's been talking. I talked a little bit ago. Neil did a mic check with me, and that's been about it since about 7:45 or so East time.
Refracted Curvature popped into the G Plus and then he dropped out because I was thank you, hon. Because I was doing my intro. I muted the line in the. There he is. Hey, John. I
think I'm having trouble on my internet.
No, I just muted the line. I just didn't want to disturb a conversation if there was one while I was thanking my Patreons and such. So I just I muted the line in the Discord and in the G Plus while I was doing that intro. Normally I haven't even connected to Discord or G Plus when I do the intro, and I'm like, I'll hand across to whoever's in there. Normally I just pause the recording and then connect. But today I didn't, because everything was already set up.
Do you know the Antarctic trip is 1 year old today?
I didn't know that. Are you sure they went to Antarctica? Can you validate that?
Do I care?
Not really.
Nah.
Regardless of whether they were there or not, the alleged measurements that they took were of a flat Earth. So it's inconsequential if they did or didn't really.
That reminds me, I'm going to look around on the Facebook thing and see if Duffy does any retrospectives or any. It's been a year now since the flat Earth map was disproven or something like that. But he's been kind of disappeared for a while. I'm wondering if his
I think he'll
legal
possibly be
problems
back in maybe 3 to
caught up.
5. We'll see.
Well, you'll be interested to know, guys, that I've been floating around the other servers, and the Earth is measured flat, is being uttered from the flat earthers. So that's good, isn't it? A few flat earthers are actually using that statement correctly there, yeah?
Yeah.
The Earth is measured flat and utilized flat. So that was good to hear. And then the other thing is I hear that maybe next year, YouTube may stop the censoring of flat Earth material. I got that
Really?
from a 24 flat earther in the 24 server, yeah. So I'm going to look into it a bit more. I haven't had time to look into that. So, but that's
make a
what
massive
I
difference
heard.
to me, because I am incredibly overworked. because of the censorship. You know, it shouldn't be the case that after producing nearly 3,000 videos, I should be struggling to, you know, make, what is it, maybe 600 or 700 views on a live stream. And then when I go to my second channel, which has got almost 10,000 subscribers now, you get 5 or 6 people watching the premiering stream, which is paid for by members. That is to say, people go out of their way to give me money to watch that stream. And then when it's released for free to the public, no one gets to see it. It's put in front of literally nobody.
Yeah, I can understand the uphill battle you've got going on there, but if YouTube is telling the truth there, and you know, they stop doing their stupid little censorship on the material, hopefully maybe next year can see you rise up even higher than you are now. More people.
Well, also, it means that there's a potential, you know, we were discussing the pushback that the anti-flat earthers might get as people start to recognise that Earth is simply measured flat. Then they might get the short end of a very shitty stick soon. That's a lot of S's. Because the public will rebel against them. Now, not me. I'm, as I said in the previous show, I'm a lover, not a fighter. I don't wish them any ill will. But the general public are pretty disgusting. So when they feel that we are lying to them about flat Earth, which we haven't been, they've suggested that we end our own existence, stop having children, etc., etc. Well, what do you think will be directed towards them if the antithesis of what they've been saying suddenly becomes prevalent? That is to say, people start to say, I always knew Earth was measured flat, and you're here telling me that it's not because of cycles per second in an engine, or some complete non sequitur. What do you think their attitude will be towards the anti-flat earthers? It will be the same. I know that will be the case. The public won't change simply because the rhetoric has changed. Their general demeanour and how they behave is just going to be just as scummy. It just won't necessarily be directed towards us as it has been. It'll be directed to the people that they perceive to be lying. Now, when they perceive flat earthers to be lying, their vitriol and disgusting behaviour was very prevalent, and I don't think that will change at all. I think people will be exactly the same, just not necessarily towards us, but towards the people they feel have lied to them. Now, NASA, when we got here, were like, we'll go pitchforks and torches to NASA because they've lied to us. You're like, as the time has progressed, you go, maybe not. There are a few individuals, like astronauts, that have definitely lied about being in a sky vacuum. But beyond that, there's not a lot of people that you can directly point the finger at and say they've lied. But there are definitely individuals in the anti-flat Earth community that know for sure and without a doubt Earth is measured flat, and then try and find workarounds for that fact. AKA, they're lying to their freaking audience. And the audience won't be happy about that when it becomes more and more obvious, when more and more of the general public realise that. Now, just to round this little point out, in my comments section, I get loads of chat skanks, and I just ban them these days. I just go, bye-bye. I'm not going to listen to you telling my audience that I'm lying to you. So goodbye. But in a couple of instances, just recently, people have started to respond to the chat skanks when they say, you don't understand how surveying works. It requires a globe. And there's been commenters underneath that go, no, we do understand. We do listen to the show, and we understand that your tactics aren't going to function anymore. It's not going to work, you just lying in the comment section about how it requires a globe. That's not going to wash anymore. You're like, very interesting. So as far as I can ascertain from my comment section, the tables certainly seem to be turning. The same applies to microphones. Sorry, I said that was the last little tail end of the point, but there is one little bit more. There's now been a couple of people, I mentioned the first, but there's been a second, that's got in touch via eBay about microphones and have casually mentioned that they are aware I'm a flat earther and laughed at the idiots who pour scorn on me. And then carried on talking about microphones as though nothing's happened. Not, tell me all about why Earth's flat, you idiot. But look at all these idiots that pour scorn on you. What's wrong with them idiots, eh? Anyway, about this dynamic microphone. So you're like, so the public have started to become a bit nonchalant to the fact they don't care as much as the anti-flat earthers want them to care about it, or create the impression that they do when they're in actually very small numbers. The general public at large, it seems, on a very small scale, are starting to appreciate it to the point where they don't care, which is perfect.
that's also a cautionary tale, if I may, in that it's not so important that we care that the general public cares. In other words, as we discuss how the earth is measured, it shouldn't be as important to us that people understand this truth.
Yes.
And know that this is the way it is, and then find out that we've been lied to. The people that are nonchalant to you, which is great, are also nonchalant to the flat earth zeitgeist, the flat earth psyop, whatever we've been calling it lately, but the feast of nonsense. They're nonchalant to all of it. And I think that's why YouTube's probably going to stop with the tramp stamp of shame for every flat Earth site. Those will probably start disappearing, and maybe the algorithms will just loosen up a little bit, and just kind of go to normal.
I really hope so. I've got 2 freaking mortgages. I was accused of lying as well, because I was pointing out that, first and foremost, it was because of a discussion with Jin, where I was saying, well, the anti-flat earth and flat earth discussions, I'm not going to even call it a debate anymore, is secondary to me being a YouTuber. That's my primary focus and always has been. And someone in the comment was like, you're a liar. You wouldn't have dedicated 10 years of your life to a subject unless you were passionate about it. And I had to point out, no, I'm not lying. I do have passion for the subject, but it's secondary to being a videographer. That is what I trained to do in college. It's what I desired to do when I left high school. It's what I want to do now. I want to be a YouTuber. Now, when you go, I want to be a YouTuber, at some point you have to go, what subject will I cover? And as you look at all the subjects, you go, that's saturated, that's saturated, that's saturated. What can I do? So then you come across something like this, which at the time was not censored, and you go, I will specialise in that subject, in this case, flat earth. Now, if the going gets tough through censorship, do you suddenly go, oh, well, I better specialise in something else? No. I'll keep the lights on with something else as a sideline. That would be microphones for me. But that is all it's for. It's a means to an end. It's a means to keep the mortgage paid. But I don't want to specialise in microphones. I've been saying for about the last 8 months, this will be the last microphone I buy. This will be the last microphone. I won't buy any more microphones. It's like, no, I do genuinely like paying my mortgage, though. So I will continue to do it so long as it keeps me out of the red by a very, very slim margin. And before the censorship was egregious, as it still is, I was only just on the knife edge of keeping the bills paid anyway. So as the censorship has ramped up, my need to do other ancillary subject matters to keep the lights on has increased. That doesn't mean I don't want to focus on flat earth. I'm an expert. I'm not embarrassed to say it. Why would I give that up just because of censorship? Then you seem like, well, I am fickle, but you seem fickle in your subject choice. And I'm not. Like when I said I will pick this subject because it's evergreen, it is. Now, the fact that they've gone, well, it's an evergreen subject, we better censor it, doesn't alter my path. Still means I want to cover the subject. I've become an expert in something. Why would I give that up? Because somebody come along and gone, oh, well, you're not going to make any money off it. It's like, okay, well, I don't agree. I think that this subject is evergreen. You're never going to change how Earth is measured. And there is a bridge that I can now see, and have described in the last couple of weeks, from the shitty scum-filled pond of flat Earth and anti-flat Earth into Normieville, where they're just talking about measuring Earth flat without a care or leave. I hope we cover more normies. I haven't had as much relaxed fun doing the subject as I have in the last 6 months when we've been covering normies, talking about measuring trig points or elevation angles or flights. Those videos from the normies are far, far more pleasurable for me to do and me to cover than anti-flat earth, Simon Dan, Craig McNeil, the people that there's a good chance that the public will turn upon when they start to realise the awful truth that Earth was, is and always will be measured flat. Because who are they going to turn to? There's no individual that they can point their finger at in the same way we couldn't when we got here. Like, who are you going to point at? NASA as a whole? Maybe astronauts for faking space. But in terms of the flat Earth deception, who's come up with it? Well, you can look at a historic standard and maybe point at some gravestones and start shouting. But beyond that, who do you blame? Nobody. But when it comes to the reverse, there's plenty of people to point fingers at and start to pour scorn upon and shame and mock and ridicule and take out your feelings of being lied to upon. Because the people we deal with know the truth now. There's no doubt in my mind when they're saying it. Well, we don't only measure Earth flat, so you fucking knew it then, didn't you, Simon Dan? Well, I wonder how the public will respond when they start saying, well, we always knew that. But you kept telling us it was a bull, you lying bastard.
I hate to say it, but I think there's one place you can point to suggest that the start of the flat Earth stuff came from, and that would be from Scripture. So that'll be kind of interesting. People realizing that it is flat and that it was created will ultimately lead back to the creator.
I agree.
That's where it starts right there.
Right, I've got to nip away for a second, Neil. Hopefully you'll keep the conversation going. I am recording.
With the creator. Right?
Right. Well, basically, this afternoon here in Japan time, that would be 5 o'clock in the morning in England and probably midnight New York, East Coast. I was engaging in two characters. They were at first laughing because they could see my avatar, my T-shirt, dare to research flat Earth, it says. And they were laughing, oh, we got the flat Earther. And one of them knew me anyway. I goes, yeah, that's Jin, the flat Earther, resident flat Earther. So I said to them, yeah, the Earth is measured flat and utilized flat. And as soon as I said that, what do you mean by that? That's the first thing they said. And then so I ended up having to elaborate on how the Earth is measured flat, of course, and utilized flat. And in order to have a globe, you need a flat Earth. You need a flat Earth more than me. And then I had to show them the curvature. I had to go through the whole thing. Okay. And they were spiraling out of control and triggered. Ad homs as well. F-bombs were being thrown, but, came through that unscathed. Delivered three images only I posted in their side chat. And that would be the horizontal image, the curvature chart, and then the in-flight telemetry data. Those three was enough to get them to understand that they need to look at it. That's all. So we're saying, not shoving it down your throat. But I had to elaborate on the Earth is measured flat. But I stuck to that anyway. And it was good. So I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, back to what I was saying with the creator. When you get them to acknowledge the creator and what truth is, then they can't, how can I word this? Then they can't deny measurement because that is the truth.
Yeah, I didn't touch on the creator side of things. I just stuck to the measurements and that, because I think when it comes to the creator, that's down to the individual.
I've always what Surf Daddy said before.
I was in the middle of what I was saying there. Now I nearly finished. I've always been aware there's a creator from the age of 6, so that's never been a problem for me, right? But then you get people out there, who discover flat Earth, and then it brings them to the creator, and then they rush off to the Bible, etc., etc. So that's always there, but I never bring it up.
I understand. I was responding to what Surf Daddy was talking about. That's why I said before I started, cool. Everything you said, cool. But I was going back to what Surf Daddy was talking about. And putting together the creator truth, and you can't deny a measurement because the measure is to know. The truth is to know. So when you get them in that position, like, they'll only be lying to themselves, and they know it. Because everybody knows there's a creator, right? You just look outside. Just look at a tree.
Right.
Just look at the grass, the way the grass is growing. Just look at the way a baby's born.
Yeah,
They
you can't deny
the
that the
measurements.
creator. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, John.
I'm just saying you can't deny the measurements either. They know it's measured flat too. They're using those measurements.
Yes, and that goes back to there's something I brought up this morning when everyone was quiet. I think, and this ties into what Nathan was saying, I think that part of the transition we're going to start seeing more and more of are people starting with the anti-flat earthers, the ones who do have skin in the game. They're going to be saying things like, yes, the earth is measured with regard to sea level. Of course it is. And if I can find it,
They already are.
Yeah, there was a guy. Yeah, I know. There was a guy that was on my Facebook thread that I thought was a flat earther. He literally just agreed with me that everything's measured by sea level. I'm going, oh, cool. There's, someone repeating after me, right?
No,
And
it might be just the case that would have been the same 5 years ago. But 5 years ago, people got away with saying, yeah, of course Earth's measured from sea level when it's a globe.
Yeah.
And no one noticed.
right.
That's right, Nathan. That's right. From sea level as a globe. That's what they were saying, yeah.
Well, Surf Daddy, they're going to tell you it means sea level, yeah, but it's equidistant from the center of the ball. That's what
But
they
not
mean
level
sea
then.
level is. We all know that.
But that's a contradiction in terms. They just got away with it 5 years ago.
Yeah. And they're not getting away with it no more. But does anybody remember that yesterday was the anniversary of Where's the Guns, Nathan?
Yeah, I was told when we got here. Jin reminded me.
No, I reminded you in Master B yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. And then it was John who reminded you. I didn't say anything to that. It was John that was telling you that, actually. I think it was, yeah. Yeah, it was John, yeah. Retracted. Also, what I'm chuckling at now is that they're now, from last year, they've been using the words locally flat, which just, I fell off my chair when I heard it. Locally flat.
Yeah, but that's what Nathan's saying. These are things they said years ago, but they're not getting away with it anymore.
Yeah.
But I only heard locally flat last year.
Well, I've heard it
The
many
other one
times.
level to the sea level, yes, it's measured flat, measured to sea level, at sea level, because of the globe. That I heard many, many years ago, but locally flat, I only heard last year.
No,
First time.
That's not new, far from it. So what used to happen, and I can even picture me hearing it and what my response was. My response was to start training the opponent on how they should be arguing for their ball and how they wouldn't be allowed to use locally flat. That's unreasonable. And start telling them how, like I say, that you're supposed to believe in this, etc., rather than saying, welcome to flat Earth.
That's correct. I remember that as well, Nathan.
Yeah, locally flat is the same as measured flat. There's no difference really.
No,
That's
there isn't.
correct.
You're absolutely spot on. There is no difference. What they're saying is, yes, we do measure Earth flat for it to be a ball. But when we heard it, we got irritated that they weren't arguing the way they should.
That's exactly correct. And we were trying to get them to argue the way they should, instead of just holding them to what they said.
Right. So that was the game. Even in the face of hearing them concede, we wanted to argue. We wanted the fight. We were in a ring. So because we're in a ring, well, we should be throwing punches, shouldn't we? No.
That was the illusion, right? It was never a ring. There was never a fight.
That was the game. There is no game. There is no ring. There is no fight. They measure it flat too.
Nathan, before it gets away from me, what you just been saying for the past 5 minutes, transcribe it. Because that little nugget will help people understand what this whole trip has been about for the past 8 to 10 years.
You will really enjoy reading my book then.
Like that.
That's the sentiment of my book from cover to cover. That is the sentiment of what I'm saying. This wouldn't have been necessary.
Yeah.
So when I'm talking about the Isle of Man, I'm saying if only we'd have known that the horizontal distance measurement immediately proved a flat Earth, and we wouldn't have argued any further. But that was the whole game. The game is, how can we make them argue about how Earth's a ball and nothing else, and still be able to utilise all of the measurements of Earth as a flat plane? Well, you introduce them early into a complex maths and get them to argue about the outcome. How much Earth curve should or shouldn't be obstructing this building? What do you mean, how much Earth curve? What are the values we put in the maths? Flat Earth distance measurement? Fuck off. Why would I argue about how much curve there is blocking a building when you're going to measure Earth flat to start inferring it? This seems ludicrous. Is what we never said. We just went, there should be 3 feet missing and there's only 1.
Exactly.
We were telling them how much Earth curve should be in the way the whole freaking time. Like complete idiots. We were dumb back then.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Well, not dumb. We fell into the whole rigged system that they had us in. Let's all go look at Earth curves because that's what we were looking for.
I think that's a bit severe to be calling them idiots. With their sentiment and their intention and their hearts in the right place, they followed the logical path at the time, and they came out with the correct answers. They didn't say anything wrong. You know about a methodology they should have recognized. They didn't recognize it. They fell into a little bit of a trap, let's say, but they came up with the correct answers. So calling them idiots is a punishment. It's too harsh a punishment.
But we didn't come out with the correct answer. That's what we're saying. The correct answer would have been welcome to flat Earth.
Well, yeah, that was also said. I've said that. So don't be silly. Look, I'm just saying too harsh a judgment. Too harsh. I was there myself.
Jim, we're judging ourselves. I'm
calling myself an idiot.
I'm not an idiot. I want to do it.
For saying welcome to flat Earth. There's only 3 feet there. You know, giving them the curvature distances. You know what should be that it isn't there. That's not making me an idiot.
Why do you take it so personal, Jim? We're talking about ourselves.
I'm trying to get a quote out. Third
I have to include myself in that statement. You say, but I am that person, okay? So, of course, you're shouting at me as well.
I get a quote out.
We're talking about ourselves.
Hello, can you hear me? Fucking hell, I run this show. Shut up. The pair of you. A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it.
Oh, that's from that Will Smith movie, Men in Black.
Yeah, Men in Black. Yeah, I remember that. Good
quote. That's true, though. I didn't hear you, Nathan. I'm sorry.
You're right, though. It is personal to all of us, to people in general, people at large en masse, when they gather in groups. I've sensed it from the start. I have built a group, right? And I am constantly telling my audience, I'm not in a group. I'm in no part of it. I don't want any part of any groups. I don't want to be a part of your flat Earth group, right? Now, there's other people who've attempted to echo that sentiment. They've just done it badly, right? By saying more specifically, I don't want to be a flat earther. Now, I've owned the badge, but gone, I don't want to be part of that group. I've labelled them conspiratards. I've done all sorts of things that would put the general flat earth group against me. So maybe I should be a bit more empathetic when people get annoyed with me and dislike me. But by the same token, there's a reason for that sentiment. And it's because as an individual, you kind of go, do I understand this? No, I don't. Well, let's just accept my own ignorance, because why not? But when you're standing next to somebody, pride kicks in. You don't want to seem stupid to them. Now, the reality is they couldn't give the tiniest of shits about you. Why? Because they're sitting there thinking, this guy better not think I'm stupid. And so it goes on. Everybody's self-absorbed. Now, that's not a criticism. We have to be, or we die. You have to worry about number one, or you end up getting hit by a bus. If you're not asking yourself, is that going to hit me? Now, if you're not self-absorbed, you end up getting run over. But when you're on your own, alone, without any group around you influencing you, you can accept your own stupidity as ignorance and go, well, what can I do about that? You can be a bit more of a realist when you assess it. But when you're surrounded by others, you get led. You're on the road of folly immediately. Now, that's what I wanted to get away from when I'm saying I'm not in a group, when I'm building one. I'm built a community.
Yeah, but I don't care. When I look back at it, the way you laid it out, the way we've been laying it out for weeks, how we missed it, I do feel stupid. Refractor, let me ask you a question. Don't you feel stupid when you look back on it now?
Oh, hell yeah. I think I could read art. Yeah.
Me too.
I'll put my branch.
It's easy to feel stupid by reflection, but we are all fairly humble here after 10 years of it. So we can all have this discussion with a smile and have a laugh about it. But there's a majority that can't. They have very little humility, very little introspection, and they're not comfortable around their own, in this case, group, as much as I hate to use the word when I'm talking about being an individual. But like I say, as a group, you can be corralled, you can be led, and you are going to be prideful. You are going to find yourself in embarrassment from time to time. It's only at the point where you're around people that you care about enough to not care that you can start talking about these things. And it ultimately ends up being the case that everyone around you feels the same as you do. When the smartest people around you go, yeah, I feel really stupid looking back on it. I've heard that loads of times. Normally, once people are comfortable around me or around the people that are in that group at that time. But when you're out and about, imagine saying that in a group when you're 5 years ago trying to tell them Earth's flat and you don't know it balls to bones, but you say you do. But yet, we're the same type of person that would tell a anti-flat earther that they should be arguing for an Earth curve like this. Why? Well, because you want them to know that you're not stupid and you do know how Earth curve maths works. So you're not dumb. You're like, what? I keep coming back to that same biblical quote. By professing themselves smart, they made themselves stupid. I'm not dumb. I know the Earth curve maths. You stupid idiot, Nathan.
By proclaiming themselves wise, they became fools. That's the quote. But the thing is now we flip it. Now they're the fools.
Yeah. So,
Well,
is it not us self-perpetuating the same vicious cycle, but on the flip side of the same coin when we say, would Simon Dan find himself being told not to have children and to jump off a tall building when the antithesis of the earth being measured flat is professed to those who declared themselves wise? So did we. We were in the same arena. I've described us being in the same pond. We are the same as them. We're just less attached to our heliocentric indoctrination that they are still very much attached to. But beyond that distinction, they're just the same people we are. So we should rise above in terms of not suggesting that people go and cut Dave McKeegan's balls off for being a lying scumbag. That we don't tell Simon Dan to jump off a tall building to prove his gravity. That we don't suggest that Dave, Professor Fraud, should, not have children. I've already done that one. Let's think of another one.
Well, what I'm saying is they're the fools now because they're the ones saying level is equidistant from the center of a globe. I mean, so who's the foolish ones?
That
You
is
recognize it?
Exactly. That's a foolish statement, isn't it? Because it's a contradiction. You can't get as flat as my baubles on this. My baubles on this Christmas tree are very flat. You're like, what are you talking about? You're just stupid. Equidistant from the centre of a ball makes level, makes horizontal. You're like, no, you're just stupid at this point, or a deceiver. Now, for the most part, if we're happily chuckling about how stupid and ignorant we were back then, by way of introspection and humility, I don't see why anybody else would be any different.
Well, 10 years to the day, almost to the day, I was calling myself a fool or stupid and idiotic because I missed the clues myself. So I definitely called myself an idiot, and my research sucked as well. So, yeah, I mean, I understand that, but I just don't go around calling other people that. That's the thing. Thank you.
But it's true, we're all in this arena, we've all been fools. Even if you want to go back further, if you're not willing to accept it at the standard I've just laid out, if you say, well, you were on a ball, weren't you? No one's going to say no. I was born and raised a flat earther. Now, my kids can say that. And there's going to be a generation that can say that. Shocking, isn't it? Weird when you think about it. But because it's been 10 years, you know, my kids have grown up flat earthers. They've never been indoctrinated into being on a ball. When I've taught them about it, it's almost like teaching them about Greek gods. It's like how many kids who went through the school system that we all went through in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, whenever it may be, went, oh yeah, I absolutely believe Zeus is real. None of us. But I'm sure we all heard the stories. That's how I taught heliocentrism to my kids. They got to know about it so they didn't look stupid when the subject came up and everyone around them understood or knew or was taught what those words meant. But I never told them that was the case. Now, same goes for Santa. There was a fine line that I had to toe without getting my wife very irritated with Santa Claus, because you've got to both embrace the fantasy and not destroy it by just simply lying through your back teeth about what Santa Claus is. Now, at the point for both of them, Clover's just doing it now, that they reach an age where they recognise the difference between fantasy and reality. They start realising for themselves that Santa isn't a person that's going to come down a chimney. Now, with my eldest daughter, I was like, we don't have a chimney, do we? She's like, no. Okay. And that was enough in my mind to hint at the fact that it's just fantasy, it's fun. We're doing it for the fun of it. Well, my youngest daughter is now saying, Daddy says Santa's not real. I'm like, don't say that around any small children. She's like, you'll ruin it for the small kids that want to fantasize. And she's like, yeah, but you do say that. I'm like, yeah, because he isn't. But by the same token, it's fun to imagine. I'm like, when we put out the little feet for the Easter Bunny, do you think the Easter Bunny's coming? And she stopped for a second, thought, and she went, he is coming. I'm like, is she leaning into this? Or is she still on that borderline of not knowing the difference between reality and fantasy? I'm like, well, how does he get in? And she went, wink, he's got a magic key. I'm like, fair enough. So you are genuinely leaning into it so that you can enjoy the fantasy. So we have Santa Claus, we have Easter Bunny, we have all of those different things. I've just never lied to my kids about them actually being real. But at some point, at around age 6, they suddenly go, well, does that mean he isn't real? And you're like, well, yeah, he is real. And then you can start to pretend, you can go the other way then and go, no, it's fun to pretend that he is. But you're saying it in a way that they understand. It's pretend. Well, likewise, with heliocentrism, I've told them about it, taught them about it, gone through the books and acknowledged it when it's on the screen in the cartoons. So they understand and appreciate what heliocentric motion is. Probably better than most kids, because it's only hinted at. It's not like every single lesson's a science lesson. So it's not every day that they're going through heliocentric indoctrination in school. It's just the standard that's understood and therefore doesn't need to be talked about. Well, my kids are probably advanced heliocentrists by comparison to most kids. They just know it's not real.
Nathan, go back on it. You said that. That's pretty clever. So you're talking about heliocentrism the same way you taught about the Greek gods. That's pretty smart. I give you kudos for that. Well done.
That isn't how I.
Yeah,
that wasn't how I was thinking
similar
about it.
to
It's
my
just how I
family
phrased
as
it
well.
to
I'd
you.
like to get in there.
That's just how I phrased it to you, Neil. So it's not like I was intentionally doing it that way. It's just after the fact. With is it retrospectively? Is that the right word? Retrospectively, I can describe it that way because I know how my kids have been brought up. I mean, one of them's still very young, Clover, but I just know how I can describe it that way by an analogy after the fact. But I didn't think I need to approach this like I had it approached to me with Greek gods. But that is essentially how they've been taught it.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I also had a similar experience with my children. You know, as soon as I found out, they found out. But as for the Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and that, they knew that was all fake stuff. I just said, enjoy the presents. You know, it's not real, but enjoy the presents.
Did you tell them the Earth wasn't a globe, or did you tell them it was flat?
I told them that the Earth was flat. That was the first thing I said. And then afterwards, I said, we're not living on a spinning ball. Go and show me the proof of the ball, etc., etc. Yeah, no, that's how it was. Remember, this is 2015, and I just found out. So that's
No,
it.
I agree. Yeah, 2015. 2015. That's the way you would do it. I agree.
That's the way I was. Yeah, that's the way, the frame of mind I was in. I just learned it 8 hours before. So 8 hours later, I was telling them, literally. There you go.
Yeah, the start of this discussion was to point out that there's an entire generation of 6, 7 meme using kids that are going to be talking about Earth being flat as though it's nothing. Who cares? It's not that serious. Yeah, we always knew.
Yeah, my children are like that now. But then again, they're in their 20s. So the youngest one is 16. So yeah. But they're in that frame of mind already.
And to be in that frame of mind is to express it in a way that doesn't express anything. My kids' indifference to it is what I'm trying to get across, because they're not going around saying, we always knew. They're just not saying anything. In other words, it's not like it's consequential to the point where they need to start declaring their allegiance to a flat earth because it's the antithesis of their education. They weren't educated in that way. So they don't even think about it. It's not like it's something that's on their mind. They know what I do, but they just see me as a YouTuber. They don't primarily see me as a flat earther. I can't remember when either of them last mentioned it.
You don't need to declare it either, do you?
No, that's my point. That's why I want the general public to reach the point where their indifference to it is such that should it come up by 2 people at a bus stop arguing about it and they were asked for their opinion, they're like, it's no big deal. We always knew it was flat. In other words, they weren't going to start piping up and getting involved in some row between 2 pseudo-intellectuals sniffing their own farts, arguing about how ball-shaped Earth isn't or is. They just go, what are these 2 doing? And that's the sentiment I've got from people on eBay when they've gone and watched my channel, and then it's like, it's been shoved in their face, because it is in your face if you're going to my channel to look at a microphone. Suddenly you're confronted with flat Earth. I did the stats for it by the rule of 10. Did anybody see that in Master B? There's a sales statistic which would suggest that you'd have to put out 100,000 flyers to get 1 person to go to your concert. Yeah? It's the rule of 10 in terms of how many people might glance at the photo, how many people might actually pay interest in the photo. By photo, I mean the image on the flyer that you've pasted up or chucked out on little pieces of paper. And there's huge numbers that you have to, accomplish to get 1 or 2 people interested in that regard. Well, that statistic is applicable to microphones. Like, how likely is the person who's coming when it's a 1% chance that they'll get there via microphones to my channel, but when they're there, there's nothing but flat Earth. So they can't but help notice. It's like the poster that's on the elevator door when you stood in the elevator. It's just there in front of you. Now, you might just completely ignore it still anyway. Most people will. Because their purpose is to satisfy their own need for a microphone, right? But then you break down the statistics and go, well, after 100, I can't remember what the numbers are now, but let's call it 100,000 views of microphones, somebody's now a flat earther as a result of coming via a microphone. Kid you not. It's weird to think about it in that context, but it's true.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah. Yeah.
Or they'll come in and say, wait a second, this guy's a flat earther. This guy's a nut. Let me chew this guy down and get this microphone cheap.
Maybe. People are too self-absorbed. Their concern is their microphone that they want to buy.
Well, the first stage will be the acceptance, right? And then you'll get to a tipping point with the population, and that's where things get dangerous, because there's a section of the population that will try to preach that everything is a lie, right? And they'll throw the baby out with the bathwater, and we need to keep our foot on the brake
Yes.
for that.
Yes. Before we go live, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The people, the scary individuals that I could quote Tommy Lee Jones again, but won't. We haven't got time. Are that way inclined. They've been that way inclined to us. They'll be that way inclined towards Dan and Craig and the Daves.
How are you?
How you doing,
Morning.
guys, in the flip side? And everybody else
Good
out
morning.
there in Flat Earth land.
I've got nothing planned. So I had a
Oh.
very beautiful 1970s Klein Tuchel D190C come in today. So I set up all my camera, started doing my little bit where I talk about this particular dynamic handheld studio microphone. And then once I'd finished, my wife was like, "You're going to do a show today?" And I said, well, I kind of suggested that I would be having a day off. She's like, "Well, have a day off then." I'm like, "But it's all set up." I'd be rude not to. So we're having a show regardless of me not having anything particularly planned. Not that generally speaking I have anything planned for these shows. Why would I? The subject's
We don't
evergreen.
need anything. It's flat.
Yeah, indeed, Neil. And as the time progresses, we're finding out that our compadres on the other side of this dirty, scummy pond that we find ourselves in already knew it, already utilised it, and will always utilise it flat by the way of measurement from now and in the past and for all time to come. So based on that, things may change in the future. I had hints that YouTube were going to start relinquishing some of their censorship over this subject, and I can see why, given that we're starting to build a little bridge out of this scummy little pond towards the normie flat earthers that are utilising, measuring, surveying, flying, mapping and charting the world flat, exactly as they've always done. You need to kind of not be seen as censoring something that's absolute fact when we're highlighting that the normies measure Earth flat. So I would imagine that we have some semblance of influence over the facts in this regard if they're to be taken as true. That is to say, the censorship, egregious that it is, may be slightly slackening, according to hints that I heard today.
Nathan, that's the first step in everybody saying we always knew it was flat. Ain't that something?
Yeah, but what we were discussing in the pre-show was that people are monsters, and the people who are monstrous towards us have a potential to just continue their rage because they've been made to feel stupid by other individuals. So we covered this at the end of last week's show. There's people on the same pond as us, and in the pre-show we're saying, look, these guys are the same as us. They're YouTubers. They just happen to have a greater affliction when it comes to being on a ball than we did. They're more inclined to want to keep hold of that particular religious aspect that they have a belief in. And as a consequence, they can be and probably will be perceived to be liars in the same way we have been perceived to be liars for 10 years. I still get it. I mean, I'm starting to see people in the comments point out to the chat skanks and trolls, this ain't going to work anymore. You telling me that Nathan's lying isn't going to succeed. You telling me that the surveyors do measure it ball-shaped isn't going to succeed anymore, because we do pay attention to the show, we do listen and understand how flat it's measured. And the people who've had to study the subject, these are the people I'm referencing, may suffer the same egregious treatment that we've had to suffer for 10 years. The difference being that when you've got an entire army of consensus behind you, it's really easy to mock, ridicule and throw stones. But I would suggest that a majority of the people who have confronted us over the last 10 years are abject cowards and will absolutely shit their pants if the tides turn and they start to get 1% of the treatment that they've doled out aimed towards them. They'll start crapping themselves. Total cowards, and they'll start calling foul, like asking for the police to get involved, things of that sort of nature, because they'll feel suddenly that the 1% persecution that they are suffering by comparison to the 99% extra that they've directed towards us specifically is unfair and unreasonable and intolerable. Because I don't think any of them will be able to cope with it. Where we've all become battle-hardened, I think these people will shit their pants. I'm talking directly to the Simon Dans, the Craig McNeils, the Dave McKeegans. I think these people are cowards. They've only managed to point at us with a bony little finger because they've got the entire consensus of the world behind them to support them in their belief in the one world religion that everyone already believed in, when they point at us and tell them that we're wrong. Well, when it gets to the point where people start to say, hang on a second, we always knew it was measured flat and you kept telling us it was a ball, some of those people might feel wronged and might start to express, as I say, the disgusting behaviour that we've had to suffer. Now, and I'm not suggesting that I'll start laughing at them for it when they shit their pants, which I think they will, because they aren't battle-hardened. They've only got the courage to point fingers at us because they've got the consensus behind them. Now, we've had to point out against the consensus how wrong the consensus is. Now, I'm not suggesting that I'm Mr. Brave or anything, but by comparison, these people who oppose us are literal cowards, and they will, mark my words, shit their pants as the tables start to turn. You watch. I mean, I bet most of them will try and fade into obscurity. That's why they've all got fake names. Yeah? So that they can potentially fade into obscurity when people find out how wrong they are. Me, my name's Nathan Oakley. In the face of consensus telling me I'm wrong, I've become battle-hardened. But I expect your Simon Dans and your Craig McNeils and your Dave McKeegans and your Professor Dave Fraud will shit their pants when the consensus starts to turn on them.
Well, that's always been the case. That's something that people are starting to say that in the chat. Because I remember when I first came to your show and I was in the chat, there were people pointing me to how you had the perfect globe proof and you're just here for money, and Nathan knows Earth is not flat. They were trying so hard. Anytime they seen somebody new come in, they were trying so hard to deter them. But
yeah, with lies.
The facts are the facts.
Yeah,
with lies.
With lies, all bullshit. But when someone turns around to Dan, Simon Dan, and starts using his real name and pointing out to him, you always knew it was measured flat, and start quoting him, like, it's not only measured flat, so you knew then it's not like they'll have to pretend and lie like they had to about me and suggest that I always knew it was a ball when I've come off the ball and started professing how flat it is. In other words, lying. That is what Dan's done. So it's not like they've got to go out of their way to lie about him knowing for sure and without a doubt it's measured flat. He said it himself. So we'll see how they react when people start pointing their bony fingers at them and they don't have the masses and consensus to fall back on. That's where they got their brave pills. Not us. Now, we won't be the ones pointing our bony fingers back. I've tried to embrace you fuckers, you disgusting scumbag human beings, by calling you my fellow YouTubers. But as the consensus turns on you, I'll just stand back. I'll be like Spider-Man in that scene where he watches the place get robbed. The guy hasn't helped him, he just stands back and watches. That'll be us. It won't be us pointing our bony fingers at you, like you cowards have done for the last 10 years with the consensus behind you. It'll be the consensus, and they won't have to lie. They'll easily find examples.
Well, that's a get out of jail free card then, because he's just going to turn around and say, I was trying to tell you, but they're going to try to hide behind we had to keep the consensus, because if everybody found out at once, there would have been chaos. You'll see, they'll weasel their way out of this.
No, they'll run. Most of them are cowards. That's why they've got fake names. I know why people have fake names. It's so they can get away with disgusting, egregious behaviour and deceit. So deep down, they suspected that they could be wrong. Now, as much as we didn't have our claim to be golden bullet, I and everyone on this panel knew Earth was flat. None of us were professing lies and deceit when we started telling our friends and family about it and got mocked for it. Nobody wants to be mocked. Nobody wants to be ridiculed. You wouldn't lie for the purposes of being mocked. It's absurd. But you would lie for the purposes of clout and money. And given that the YouTube censorship algorithmically has favoured these scumbags I'm talking about, they can. Like I say, you don't have to look far. I haven't even had to give it any thought. They did do it for money. When we don't only measure Earth flat. You said it was a ball for money, for clout, for subscribers and ad revenue. These are facts. Now, I've embraced that as a YouTuber, but in the face of the mocking and the ridicule and the consensus being against me. Not with everyone supporting me and lifting me up so you can sit on the shoulders of absolutely everybody and start pointing down at me. I think those days are over. See if I'm wrong.
Well, we were hit with everything but the kitchen sink, and we stood the test of time because maybe we didn't have a full understanding of how it was flat, but we knew it was flat, or we knew it couldn't have been a ball, right? As you know, he says. But when we came to the understanding of measurement, that's when it was game over.
What about somebody like Jaron, who come out as saying he was a flat earther, who never talked about anything but it not being a ball, and then goes back to saying it's not flat? Where's he going to stand then?
Same exact principle as everybody else in that regard. I mean, if you're a Jesuit turncoat, it makes no difference in terms of how the public potentially, which is what we feared, will treat you. Now, in terms of why would you come off a flat earth? Well, because it won't make you any money. Now, when I've been called a liar, when I've been pointing out that I'm a YouTuber first and foremost, but I've done it for 10 years because it's an evergreen subject and I want to become a subject matter expert. But they're saying, well, you're a liar. You're saying that you don't have an interest in flat earth. Well, I absolutely do. But even when the going got tough and there wasn't any money and the censorship was at its all-time high, what did others like Jaron do? Well, they jumped ship. Where's the money? Well, it's in talking about how Earth's a ball, so that's where Jaron went. Before the censorship, he was the one getting most of the money out of the subject because the views went to him. He was the one to point it out. He didn't have to do much work, and he could almost outperform me in views. I mean, I massively outstripped Jaron in terms of actual overall views. Jaron didn't know that, the dumbass, when he was trying to tell me how much more popular he was. But for very little work, as it turned out, his justification after the fact was, he could earn as much as I did, with all of the time he had left over to exercise sidelines and actually earn a decent living, while I scratted to get the views higher than Jaron's. But I didn't turn my back on the subject because it's not just about money for me. I'd like to pay my 2 mortgages like anybody, but it wasn't just about money. Being a YouTuber first and foremost. Secondary was flat earth. Money was one of those things that absolutely everybody will always use without exception. So why even bother mentioning it? It's needed and required by all. But if you have a love of money, you'll step away from a subject in the face of egregious censorship and go where the money is. In this case, ball. That's what has propped everybody who opposes us up. They all did it for the money. Make no mistake about it. The love of money is the root of all evil.
No, I'm glad you got that right. Usually people say they don't get the love of money. They just say money is the root of all evil. Very good, Nathan. It's come a long way.
We've come a long way together.
Kumbaya.
It's actually
But
song.
a year ago yesterday was when what's his name started screaming, "Where's the guns?" Everything was great then. They went to Antarctica to prove how flat Earth was.
One short year later, we're talking about how Earth's measured flat and they all know it. And I can quote Simon Dan. Well, I mean, we don't only measure Earth flat. Yeah, we do, by the way. That was incorrect. We do only measure Earth flat.
Unfortunately, Nathan, last night when I stumbled into Earth Awakenings, there was about 30 people there and they were all talking about Antarctica. How there's no real videos of a 24-hour sun, so a lot of people are slow
Yeah, it's part
on
of the game.
the reality.
Were they really there? Were they in a tent of tellies? Who gives a shit? Regardless of whether or not they went to Antarctica, if you're on the conspiratorial side that wants to talk about how, well, maybe they didn't go to Antarctica. If they did or if they didn't, they still measured Earth flat there. Now, I had to point that out to somebody whilst alleging to be in Antarctica on the phone to me. Hey, Nathan, where are the guns? You measure Earth flat. for the 100th time. Sometimes you have to do that with stupid people. Tell them 100 times how flat they're measuring Earth. And I assure you, how they measured Earth will never change. Flat in Antarctica. Flat for all mapping, navigation, charting, surveying, flying, sailing. You name it. If you're measuring Earth, it's going to be flat. Why would Antarctica, whether they're there or not, be any different? Well, it won't. They measured elevation angle measurements from surface level to the sun for a 24-hour period. Unless you're a dumbass named Dave McKeegan and you can't cope with your own tripod, of course. But for the fact that Dave couldn't cope with 24 hours of flat Earth sun measuring, he still measured Earth flat too. They all did. These are just the facts in Earth measurement. Now, you don't have to like them. The general public started to warm to it, though. And very soon, in my humble opinion, they'll start saying things like, it's no big deal. We always knew it was measured flat. As we build a little bridge to the normies who are measuring it flat, always have been and always will be.
Yeah, you had Roofy. Stop, Chocolate. You had Roofy in there asking if they were getting any footage of shadows. So it was talk about shadows, talk about if there's real footage of a 24-hour sun, and yeah, it's very weird.
Are they celebrating a year after the final excrement? Is that what they're doing?
That's just what it is. Yesterday. Yeah.
Oh. Well, I mean, did they retire? Because I thought it was supposed to be a wrap after that. Right? Why are they still here again?
Well, I haven't seen Duffy, to be fair. I haven't seen Duffy around. He did his final thing, and I haven't seen
Duffy
him.
Shouldn't he be doing like a parade right now?
What, parole? Did you say parole?
A parade.
Oh, parade. Sorry.
In celebration, you know? Because I thought it was supposed to be a wrap for Flat Earth and all that after the final excrement, but apparently they're still here. They're still out here doing whatever they're doing.
Why would they
because
need to
we're
be here?
still here.
Well, the answer is because Earth's measured flat, always was, always will be, and therefore you'll always have a need to create the impression that there's a debate. Quote, conspiracy cats. Are you not even pretending there's a debate anymore? End quote. He's actually called culture cats now. But no, I'm definitely not pretending there was a debate. It was idiotic of me to pretend there was one to begin with. There isn't. I'll give you a flat Earth for that. That's another quote from conspiracy cats, now culture cats. Yeah, you will, because that's how Earth's measured in all circumstances, and you all damn well know it. That was an instance of perspective that would require a angle to the surface level to describe it, if you're going to describe Earth with the context of those measurements. Perspective, that is. I'll give you a flat Earth for that from our anti-flat Earth brethren. Will quickly turn into we always knew it was flat from the general public. Locally flat will turn into we always knew.
Yep.
If you're unfamiliar with the terminology, locally flat is our anti-flat Earth brethren's apologetics for how flat we can only measure Earth. Yeah, it's locally flat. But we don't only measure Earth flat. End quote, Simon Dan. Not his real name, a fake coward's name he has to use in case he's wrong. My name's Nathan Oakley. Earth is measured flat by everybody. Whenever you hear somebody say locally flat, understand what they're actually saying. They're saying, we measure Earth flat. Because we do.
Also, it's too big to measure the curvature. That's a clue too.
Yeah, it used to be that we would get annoyed when someone said, well, Earth's so big we measure it flat. We'd turn around and say, well, you think there's a geometric sphere edge horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Why aren't you telling me about boats go over it? Now we say, what's that? So Biggie, we measure Earth flat. Yeah, we do measure Earth flat. What's that? You think it's really big? What, big ball? No, we wouldn't measure it flat, would we? But we do measure it flat. Not because it's big, just because we measure it flat. If it was anything other than flat, we couldn't measure it flat because it's so big. But what's the overarching point in this? That we measure it flat. Not how big you perceive it to be because you've got a ball face, but how flat we measure it in reality. And we do measure it flat. What's that, locally? Okay, well, local's however far you can measure. Sometimes hundreds of miles. Sometimes thousands, if you're using geographic positions below stars. That's local. Flat. Measurement. That you're apologising for how ball-shaped it isn't when you understand and acknowledge just how flat we measure Earth. And we do measure Earth flat because Earth is flat. Or we couldn't measure it that way, and we do. It's the reliance for all of your ball faith that we measure Earth flat, or you wouldn't have a ball to believe in, because the conversion calculation after the fact comes from flat Earth measurements. I've known this for a very limited period of my life, but I still stand by everything I've done in the last 10 years and hold my head up high, battle-hardened for the egregious shitbags that have opposed us and called us liars, when we've known for sure and without a doubt Earth is flat.
Well, it's just
But keep saying it though. We like y'all coming out here saying it's too big to measure the curve that you told us you believe in. That we measure it flat because of such and such. yeah. Keep coming out here and saying that, please. We like it. It's cool. Because all you're doing is affirming our side, which is great. Because that's what we're doing. We're measuring it flat all the time. So are you. So it's great.
5
well,
years
the
ago.
problem's not coming from Nathan. So
I was going to say 5 years ago we'd have fell for the trap that Simon Mandela's attempted to lay and failed when he says we don't only measure it flat. 5 years ago we'd gone, well, where's your Earth curve measurements? Now we go, yeah, we do. And you know it. Or you wouldn't be suggesting that we'd ever measure it flat. If it was ball-shaped, you'd only ever measure it ball-shaped. But we only measure it flat. Rather than suggesting that we lean into the we don't only measure it flat. Yeah, we do measure it flat, though. What's that? You think we've got a difference of opinion? We don't. We all measure it flat, don't we? And the answer is yes,
Nathan,
we do.
you have to.
Yeah, you have to.
Nathan, let me ask. When do you measure something the opposite of what it is
Never.
to make it easier to measure?
You don't make things easier by measuring it the way that it isn't. If I go and measure a table as though it's the pitch of a building's roof, it's not going to be making my life easier.
I don't know, man. It's apparently that's what they go with. Oh, it just makes it easier to measure it round by measuring it flat. Oh, okay. That checks out. Sure.
But, I mean, as much as we are mocking our own stupidity in the pre-show, we are surrounded by people who are, as much as I feel big-headed by saying it's more stupid than ourselves. I mean, as an example, you've got Asmongold. I mean, how big is it? Sphere! Like I say, these people are stupid.
Well, it's not only that. It's not that they had they say it. They said it's easier. No, it's the only way you can measure. We let them get away with that. The only way you can measure something is off a flat plane of reference. How else you going to measure it? How else you going to get distances? You tell me.
Sorry, Neil. I literally remember asking, I think it was Unorthodox, because he came in here and he told us that exact thing. He's like, oh, we measure it like as if it is flat because it's so big, and I would ask him, I was like, how do you measure something? And he said, for ease, because it makes it easier in the mathematics or something like that. And I was like, bro, how in the hell can you measure something the exact opposite of what it is, and that makes it easier to measure?
There's the trick.
Dude, please make that make sense.
Listen back to what Chocolate's just said. How do we measure it the opposite of what it is? So the guy's telling you that Earth's measured flat. You're telling him, how do you measure it flat when it's actually ball-shaped?
Exactly.
There's the game.
That's what we were talking about in the pre-show. Chocolate, you're beautiful.
I know.
We were saying that that's what we were doing earlier. Instead of just saying, you know what? You're right. It is flat. Welcome to flat Earth. We were saying the opposite.
But it was almost like too simple. It's like, wait a minute, did you just tell me it's flat, but you're just gonna believe now that it's a ball? That's what you're telling me, basically. Because if you're measuring it flat, right, for ease, apparently you got to make mathematics easier to do. So these mathematics that supposedly prove that you're on a ball, you actually use them to prove that you're on a flat surface, then prove that you're on a ball?
Yeah, it's
how does that make any damn sense?
It's like you're trying to convince him of how he should be arguing for it being ball-shaped. It's like you were telling him, shouldn't you be measuring it curvy? Where's your curve measurements? Whereas now, if you listen to the lyrics that One Deck took from one of the shows, if we measure it flat, then Earth is flat.
That's correct. That is the correct statement right there.
We just never told them that. We told them, well, if you measure it flat, shouldn't you be measuring it ball-shaped?
Yeah, where's your curvature? Instead
Where's
of
the
just
curve?
proclaiming it's flat.
Where's the curve it's the bit that leaves me speechless now. Think about it, it's so clever, isn't it? Just ask where the curve should be. As a flat earther, Bob's your uncle. Jobs are good, and they'll argue about it indefinitely. And
yes,
then
and we did.
And we'll literally quote and tell you, you wouldn't expect to see the curvature. You would only expect to see the effects of curvature. Remember that shit? Remember that line?
Yeah.
How many of them said that dumb shit? That exact.
Yeah, but we kept falling for it too.
Like,
we
imagine
enabled
asking
them.
somebody.
We were enabling them. That's what we were doing. The ball believers were on the cusp of what I describe metaphorically as falling down the rabbit hole, falling down the hill. And they meet us at the bottom, but we're all at the bottom of the hill. And what did we do? Instead of just walking down the valley on our own and bye, see you later, we enabled them.
Yep. By saying, where's your curve?
Where's your curve?
Chocolate, you're a little bit low, Chocolate. That's why we're cutting you off.
Oh, sorry, Chocolate.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, by us asking where's the curve, yeah, it just enabled them. We should have been, I mean, we know now, but we should have been just holding them to measured flat. You said it?
I think it was a journey that we had to go on, just because the realization now just makes it make more sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think we had to have years of where's the curve, where's the curve, where's the curve, and years of them telling us, well, there's a curve, it's just flat, it looks flat. We don't measure it curved, it's too big. We needed that, I guess.
Yeah.
Because now it's funny.
Well, it's funny
I mean?
because we can look back when they said, well, the curve is over there. Well, how far? Well, I'll just give it you in flat earth linear horizontal distance measurement, if that's okay by you. I just won't say that.
Well, you got to listen to the... Sorry, somebody saying something?
No, go ahead.
You got to listen to the pre-show, Chocolate. Nathan laid it out perfectly. How they set this whole thing up. I mean, we were telling them and asking them for curvature instead of just holding them to mean sea level when they said sea level. It should have been a wrap right there. But because we were looking for curvature, that was the whole game right there.
But you can't blame us for asking for curvature when they were literally telling us there's curvature.
Yep.
Right? It's like when they said there was science to prove the globe. Well, okay, where's your science? Prove the globe. Where's that?
Oh, that's the other thing too. They hit it. That's it. We keep forgetting that, Nathan. They threw science into it. So now we got to go through what science is and what science isn't. I'll tell you what, it was pretty freaking clever on their part.
Yeah, we had to unpack it all, and therefore we had to live our way through it, asking for curve and receiving flat Earth measurements and just whistling past them for 10 years. For us to be in a position to tell next man it's not that serious, it's just measured flat. Go and look into it. And when they come back and go, yeah, it's measured flat because it's really big. You go, yeah, well done, you went and looked into it. No, you don't understand. I mean, flat measurement because it's a really big ball. You're like, you're an idiot. Lock yourself up. Go to the mental asylum. You just sound stupid. It's not that serious. We just measure it flat, and you just told me we measure it flat. You telling me that you've got a religion in a ball now is consequential to me. I'm just going to get on with my day. Thanks, all the same. No, I need to argue with you about how flat the measurements make it a ball. Go away. You're an idiot. Is my now attitude that I can take after doing it for 10 years.
Yeah, and with science, science has that validity, so they made sure they wrapped it up in science, right? But meanwhile, chocolate, they're geography deniers. We're not science deniers. They're geography deniers.
Right on. I can do
Well, they're actually science deniers too, because they won't accept that science proves things. But
yeah, they wanted that both ways too, eh?
Yo, Refractor, what up, bro?
What's up, chocolate? But yeah, the whole bringing science into it is just one of the biggest red herrings they threw at us. It has nothing to do with science.
Right. But then we had to, that puts us in a position where we're reinstituting what science really is. We're being re-educated now, right? So that's going to take some time. Right?
For us, maybe, but not for the generation that's now come through the ranks. And like my eldest daughter, rolling on 10 years old, having been raised to understand, like we understood what Greek gods were, but didn't believe that there was a man in the clouds throwing thunderbolts at us. But we understood the stories. Well, there's a whole generation now that understand the stories of heliocentrism, but don't necessarily believe that they're on a ball.
Yeah, and there's a lot of them. Just think, you're saying your daughters, how many other people out there have done the same thing? Got to be a lot of them. There's a change happening, right? Now, when it's going to hit that tipping point that Refracted was talking about right before you started the show, that's going to be the interesting time right there.
I don't think there needs to be a tipping point. The tipping point comes because there's already people who are measuring Earth flat and just accepting it as the case because it's how it's measured. So the bridge is already there. We just didn't realise that if you're going to describe it as like a seesaw, well, it's like what we were doing was pushing pebbles up our side of the seesaw, going, oh, it's only 5% off the ground. So let's push a few more pebbles onto the other side of the seesaw. It's like on the other side of the seesaw, there's a whole load of boulders. They're already there because they were already measuring Earth flat. So when I say I want to cover videos on the normies that already utilise and measure and map and chart and fly and sail the Earth flat, they're already there waiting for us. Therefore, there is a way that the general public can say we already knew. Because they did.
Yeah, but Nathan, hold on. You seem to be avoiding something that is going to happen. I'm sorry, but it is. It's going to be a tipping point, and people are going to want answers. They're going to want answers of where all this money's going. If you all knew that Earth is flat, what the heck are we doing going into outer space? Right? People are going to want answers. People are going to want answers of why their children were being taught something that wasn't like you taught my children math was 2 + 2 = 4, but you taught them that we lived in a freaking solar system that now you're telling me don't exist because we live on a flat Earth.
Not a problem.
That tipping point is going to happen.
And when it does, there's no issue in that regard. So you're like, the powers that should not be in our governments won't be able to cope with that. in the last 5 years, they locked us all in our homes. And everyone just accepted that. So you don't think they can just toss something out that they can get us to all be locked down if we need to?
No.
But of course
Okay.
they can. They can institute martial law at any time, as we recently found out.
Yeah, but not after people come to an understanding
Why
that
not?
Earth is flat. It's
I
going to
don't- I
cause a
don't think so.
problem.
I disagree. I think
I agree with Nathan.
people will still be the same dumb animals they always were. And they'll still cook to
There will
whatever
be-
government control that they've got exercised over them if they're told.
Yeah.
Hold
and
on a
there'll
second.
be-
Before you go, Surf Daddy, you're going to agree with Nathan. I understand. Hold on. All right. They locked us down. Everybody thought they lived on a ball, right? Now, when people come to realization that Earth is flat, they're not going to be able to get away with that locking them down crap.
Why not?
There's going to be people wanting an answer.
It's a baseless. You're just making a baseless. You made the same baseless assertion twice, right? And I'm saying
No, you
just-
are making a baseless assertion.
I'm not. There
You're
wasn't
trying to
invisible.
hold something
I'm
that
not
happened in
making
the
a baseless
past.
assertion. They did lock us down. There was an invisible boogeyman, and even in the face of people now recognizing that it was just an invisible boogeyman, do you not think they'll be able to do it? They will. I absolutely assure you of that, Neil. They've got it down
What I'm
pat.
saying is, okay, what I'm saying is we lived on a ball. There wasn't an understanding that Earth is flat and that the government did lie to them about a certain thing that caused people to be locked in their homes. Now they're going to look at it differently. Like,
Why?
wait a second here.
Third time in a row.
You've been lying to
Why?
me.
Why? Just because they've been lying. Okay, there's plenty of people currently, because the censorship rules were lifted in the moments that they needed to be in place. They were there and stopping people, and people lost their YouTube channels. Now, people are saying the government lied to us about the invisible boogeyman. Is anything happening? No. Well, who lied? Well, they're
I'm
out
saying
of
when it reaches its
I'm
tipping
not quite
point,
finished.
hold on one second. When it reaches its tipping point, it's going to be different because everybody's recognizing that it's flat and what the government was telling us wasn't true. That's all. That's how I think it's going to go
and
down.
I've given you a counterexample where people have recognised there was no invisible boogeyman. And has that happened, Neil? No.
There's not enough numbers yet, Nathan. Wait till a tipping point.
So we need more numbers that recognise there wasn't an invisible boogeyman. And then
No, you
suddenly there'll
need
be a
more
tipping
numbers
point.
to get to the tipping point, Nathan. What's wrong with you? We need more numbers to get to that tipping. When something tips, it tips, and there's a problem. It tips over.
Are you just living in hope where something will ultimately change when we reach what you're calling the tipping point? Now, I'm not saying there won't be a tipping point where more recognise than don't. In the same way, we've seen that tipping point come and go with the invisible boogeyman. What I'm saying is, just because there's a tipping point doesn't suddenly mean that things will change, right? Well, okay, if they suddenly get people to acknowledge, as they're currently doing with the invisible boogeyman, well, that wasn't us. There was different people in office then.
There was a degradation of authority because people realize now it was an invisible boogeyman. We're talking about something a lot bigger than than telling us that we needed a vaccine to deal with the flu.
Thank you.
What if they've already put scapegoats in place? What if that is
If
the
I may-
purpose of the Craigs and the Dans and the Daves? Maybe they're in place to suffer the ridicule so that it doesn't get directed in a different direction? Maybe.
Currently in the UK, there is a big scare going on right now about the boogeyman, and they're talking about wearing masks as we speak right now in the UK.
There you go.
They haven't learned their lessons, have they?
Yeah. Well, all they've done is learn how to manipulate us better and up the prices of all our food, which they kept the same. I mean, it was through the scarcity 5 years ago. Now it's just like, we like making more money off you. Let's keep the prices the same. I love a silent moment of contemplation. Surf Daddy, you've been waiting in the wings. Go ahead.
Thank you. Related to just exactly what we're talking about just now, all they got to do is have another asteroid or alien invasion scare or anything like that, and everyone is still on the ball with space being real, and throw in a few apocalyptic movies
zombie movies and stuff like that, then people will be distracted enough in general with that filling the media to not worry about whether the Earth or whether the boogeyman is there or not. As far as flat Earth, I think everyone's right here. There are tipping points, but they are minor tipping points, and it's all in the process of coming to a larger tipping point. And I would describe that tipping point as a revival. A revival moment is what Neil's hoping for. It's what everyone who wants everyone else to see the truth and come to flat Earth, they want a revival.
I didn't say I was hoping
sorts.
for that. Hold on, don't put words in my mouth.
I'm putting words in my mouth and just saying that there's a lot of tipping points on the way up towards ultimately revival, when everybody knows and there is a palpable change. I think that doesn't happen because we've been, over the years and over the decades, given a lot of soft landing points for, we'll call it just for NASA, but for that overall idea of the globe science. I'm looking at 4 headlines now from news sources, one of them Fox, talking about how scientists discover Earth's Star Trek style invisible shield. Remember these from like 10 years ago? 2014. Raised shields, protective invisible barrier found surrounding Earth. Scientists find a huge Star Trek-esque invisible dome around Earth. And then they've got a picture, a stock photo of a globe inside a snow globe with asteroids coming to hit the snow globe and obviously bounce off because there's some invisible field around Earth. Now, we all know that's BS, and that not even the articles will clarify what this stuff is, other than one quote from the guy named Baker who says, "It's almost like these electrons are running into a glass wall in space." All right? We call that mocking. It's like, oh, they're mocking us. They're showing it truth in plain sight, and blah, blah, blah. That's the firmament they're talking about. No, scientists are finding something. They're just interpreting it differently. And that's for God to know how that works. But that kind of stuff that we're hit with on a cyclical basis, this was all from 2014, 2015, these little articles that I found and aggregated. Talking about a shield, talking about a dome, talking about something solid in space. I think that after decades of that kind of stuff also leaking out into the general knowledge, that they will use that kind of rhetoric and that kind of idea to show the current generation that they've been telling the truth all along. They're not liars. What do you think that, we're going out into, we've only been out to low Earth orbit. What kind of reveal was that?
Yeah, it's like
when
in
all the
1984, you've got Winston being told as he's tortured, we can have the stars close or we can have them far away. Our mathematicians can do either. It's up to us which one we choose to express to the public for the purposes of control, not up to you to tell the public that they're wrong when we're told they're near or far. That's us. We're saying they're near, they're saying they're far. Well, tomorrow they'll say they're near. But then they're the ones controlling who's being told what.
I'm saying they're
tomorrow we're fighting,
and that makes it a problem because their authority will be eroded. They will no longer have the ability to capture the mind as governments must.
That's my point. Thank you, John.
Yes, but those numbers of people who are not controlled will probably always be outnumbered by those who are controllable. That's the whole zombie paradigm. You know, there's always the few against the many who are the zombies. There's always a few survivors. And yeah, there's a lot of people that will be deceived, and there will be too few people to organize, so to speak, into something that will, as our hopes are, make everything bright and beautiful and good again.
But we're not talking about people organizing into political groups. I'm talking about the population as a whole realizing that they always knew it was flat. And they have an entire section of government that has been telling them otherwise. And now they know that's a falsehood. That is an erosion of authority, and that is a problem for them.
Thank you. That's my point. John said it better than me.
Yeah, John, I like the way you say it with that voice too. It's so authoritative. It's like
Makes you scared, right?
mankind shall know that the authoritarians are done. I like
What's up,
that.
heroes?
What up? What up? Told you I'd be here. I just packed, trying to wrap some things up, while the wife is at work. I took off today. I said I'd be on here. Almost forgot the show. I was like, oh, shoot, let me sign up real quick.
Yeah, I don't know many other shows I'll do. As I say, today I got a really nice mic in there. I was making a video for the advert on eBay, and I thought, well, I've got the camera set up and the mics just needing putting in position. Lights are all ready. I just have a show. So, but whether or not there's other shows during the week, I don't know. So I might as well do a little call to action in that regard. There are dozens and dozens of members-only videos that are currently waiting to be published. So if you did want to become a member, probably now's the time. Obviously, that'll help me out financially if you become members, but all the other usual things that I do in the intro, which is to say, support me on Patreon, support me on PayPal, all those different things over the Christmas period, as I won't be here to shout myself out and say, please help me financially. I still need to pay my mortgages. So yeah, hopefully people will do so over the Christmas period. We shall see.
Wait, back up. Did you say you're not going to have shows this week?
Christmas, Neil.
No. Christmas is Thursday. Today's Monday. Tomorrow's Tuesday. The next day's Wednesday. Christmas Eve, it's fine if you want to start taking off from there. But you got to give us a show tomorrow.
Maybe. I'll see how I feel. I haven't bought my wife a Christmas present yet, for a start, so I do need to go out and buy my wife a Christmas present.
I'm only breaking your chops, I know. But people still rely. Let me get this straight so you understand. I know you do because it's your show and you keep track. People do look forward to this, They still set their day to it, I know there's people out there that were like I was when I was just a listener that would mark the times when the show was coming on. And if it didn't, I'd be like, what the freak, man? What's going on here? And then I would wait for the Uncut after show. And if it was a long one, it was great. And if it was a short one, I'd be annoyed. I know there's still people out there like that. I'm one of them.
No, I get it. There's a certain routine that Flat Earth Debate has offered people over the last 10 years, which I totally am aware of. But by the same token, I've still got 2 mortgages to pay and I've still got a family to experience Christmas with. And I still hope people will give me financial support while the shows aren't running, which at some point I will have to stop doing shows over the Christmas period. But don't worry, Neil, we'll still have more Flat Earth Debate shows. It's not like I'm just going to stop because Christmas has come and gone.
Yeah, it'll just be a long weekend, right? And then it'll be New Year's. Then we got to take off for New Year's. That time of year when everything's dying, but we say Happy New Year.
Yes, when everything's completely dead. The snow on the ground, absolutely no leaves on the trees. Happy New Year! Because it's new.
And you ain't got to worry about censorship really anymore because, everybody that's navigating, surveying, even the people out there that believe it's curved and say they're measuring curvature are measuring it flat. So what are they going to do about that if they try to shut us down?
They can't. I think that's the problem.
Down too.
They can't. Yeah.
That's the problem. There's going to be spill from us talking about Earth being flat to the people who just measure Earth flat. That's the bridge I was talking about last week. Well, as I said at the beginning of the show, and I'll say the same now, we're nearing the end. If that bridge gets built, and it's being built by us, make no mistake about it, right? It's not often that I can say, look, we have importance in this subject arena. Yes, we're just the flat Earth opposition to the people who think it's a globe, but we're more than that currently. We're building a bridge out of a scummy pond that's been how far is your curvature to a place where everybody already existed measuring Earth flat. So you don't want to be YouTube perceived to be censoring the truth. You need to start fading that out as soon as you recognise that fact. And I think we have influenced that. Us, I mean literally us, Flat Earth debate.
Oh yeah, yeah. This the only place I heard it's measured flat, and it wasn't immediately attacked
or accepted as a rhetoric that could infer a ball. You know, I said it before as he's arrived now. We've got one deck in the G Plus panel. But if we measure it flat, then Earth is flat.
Well, you can't say that because
and even the Greeks knew that.
Valleys, you know, there's hills and valleys, so you can't say that. You know, that's what we was running from flat earthers were telling us that, not globers.
Yeah, there was a distinction where one side would say we measure it flat and make no apologetics for how ball-shaped it isn't, because there was no need to recognise it, because they're not doing that in a debate forum. They're doing that in just a normie way where they talk about how they measured Earth that day. We say Earth is flat, and then we're asked to justify the conspiracy in Mandela effect or where the curvature is as a flat earther. Like I say, once there's a bridge between those two, that's it. The game is legitimately over. Getting applause from D-Rose. Woohoo! So what have you all got planned for Christmas? You all got your mother-in-laws coming over?
I wish that my mother-in-law was still with us. We lost her a few years back. But I will be going by my brother's house, which is kind of a tough one because I'm going to be getting hit with the law, the Sabbath. So it's tough, you know, but if I could just block that out, but it's very hard to block that out because as you Christians know who are Christians, when you run into a law dog, it's not pleasant. But other than that, it's going to be a Merry Christmas.
I hope so. I hope we all enjoy Christmas this year.
Well, if you listen, the old Italian grandmothers had a saying, and they said when everybody got together, no talking about religion and no talking about politics, and we'll have a good holiday. And it was until somebody had to talk about politics or somebody had to bring up religion. Then it was freaking battle.
Well, I've got a few words to say in that regard, which I've started using, and I've had the privilege of doing it with customers who have been buying microphones when they're brought up the subject of flat Earth, because they're coming off the back of 1% of my views being about microphones to a channel that's 99% flat Earth. My response when it's brought up is, it's not that serious. Earth's just measured flat. And that should be your response. If you're my audience and you want to know over Christmas how to cope when it comes up at the dinner table and you don't want to be discussing the subject, well, you don't have to. Just tell them it's not that serious. Earth's just measured flat. Because it isn't that serious. For the normies out there measuring the trig point, sniffing their own farts and telling you how wonderful they are because they learned how Earth gets measured to the point where they can explain it, they weren't worrying about apologising for how flat they were measuring it, were they? You can be that person. Repeat after me. It's not that serious. Earth's just measured flat.
It's not that serious. Earth is measured flat.
That was rhetorically, but thank you.
Yeah, I think you're right. You've won there, Nathan, because it just takes the argument right out of it, doesn't it? It's measured. It's just measured flat. That's the way it is. You know, in the past we would have I would have, got into some sort of not debate about it, and that's when the voices start to raise, and you get into an argumentative state. But just with what you've said there, it just dampens all that out and removes any argument.
Yeah. When eBay guy goes, "Are you really a flat earther?" I'm like, "It's not that serious. Earth's just measured flat." About this microphone. And then you can get on with your conversation. You don't have to launch into an argument about it. If you understand, but you have to know, you've got to know for sure and without a doubt that Earth is measured flat. Now, hopefully, with the aid of all of the diagrammatical examples we put on the screen daily, you can see how it's being measured flat. And the measurement examples aren't from flat Earth books. There aren't any. They're all books that profess to create a ball with the flat Earth measurements. So if you can understand how the ball's been created, then you will have an intrinsic understanding of how Earth is measured flat. That is true for everyone. That's to say, read between the lines when you're next listening to an anti-flat earther tell you it's so big, we measure it flat. Well, for convenience, it's locally flat by way of measurement. These are them explaining to you, like the diagrammatical examples on screen, that Earth is and can only be measured flat by everyone, in all circumstances and without exception, even when creating a ball to believe in.
Yep. How true.
All I need is a
Well
flat
said.
plane, suitable a sextant, and I'm fine.
Well, if you talk about that, funny you mentioned sextant, because back in the day, remember they used to say it? They would say it in passing, the sextant only works on a globe, rumpus. And then when 10th man started coming with celestial navigation and the sextant, that's when the awakening started happening, right? If you could put a finger on the time, that is definitely the time, because the measurements, we were actually seeing the measurements, or maybe not voiced, but we were seeing the measurements. We were seeing the distance, how flat it was. And that's when the awakening started. And then, of course, refracted comes in with the measurements and how measurers to know. And then it's just like a flood of information in a short period of time after drudging through the nonsense for 9 years. It's a beautiful thing.
I just wanted to mention the irony and how much it's reiterated, like what Nathan said. These are not our diagrammatical, these are from the nautical and the aviation, and the NASA and the military. These are their measurements. These are your demigod authoritative people who you try to throw up in our face that are using flat Earth. This is not a flat Earth booklet or manual or whatever or documents. I like how that kind of like is the irony of that is like we're using your stuff to prove that you believe in our stuff. That's what's so impressive about it. So there's no escaping it. Earth is measured flat. I mean, there's nothing, you can't get out of that.
Yeah.
It's not our words.
And that's why I say there's a tipping point that as soon as you see the point that the seesaw is teeter-tottering on, you can realise that it was already going over the edge, whether we wanted to or not. It was inevitable. You have to have flat Earth in the mind's eye of the general populace for the purposes of ridicule, so that you can get away with using flat Earth measurements, because you can't do Earth measurement any other way. So how do you get around that awkward circle that needs squaring? Well, you keep flat Earth as a subject in a category error. You keep it in a scientific subject matter rather than a geographical one. Rather than teaching it in geography or maths, teach it in science, and have anybody who says Earth's flat not refer to the maths and not refer to the geography. Because then you can make it about how flat earthers are crazy individuals that believe in 9/11 truth. And then you can mock them. The people. I mean, you're still going to use the flat Earth measurements to create a ball for everyone else to believe in, but as long as that doesn't get mentioned, and the debates about how stupid flat Earthers are, the people who just measure Earth can get away with measuring it flat without anybody even noticing them. And when we refer to all of these diagrammatical examples to say, you used a flat earth to create a ball, to a certain extent, we're still falling victim to the exact same trick. Because we're pointing out that earth gets measured flat to create a ball with it, rather than just the first bit of the statement. Earth gets measured flat. What's that? You want to create a ball with it? Who cares? It's not that serious. We just measure it flat. All of us, without exception. With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
We went through, especially on this show. We had to go through all of that because that's what needed to be done. But when I look back, I'm saying, wow, the way it was argued and set up to argue, it's freaking genius. If they planned it that way, it's freaking genius on their part. Because we're looking for freaking curvature, we're freaking correcting them on what science is, and we're getting hit with everything. And but we're missing the freaking sea level that they keep saying.
And think about it, Neil. Real quick. Think about it, Neil. Not only that, what you just said, but everything else in the sky, everything else regarding gas pressure, everything else regarding...
That's another one. We had to deal with gas pressure.
Everything, bro.
Something plain and simple like gas pressure. We had to break that down for them. When they full well know you can't have gas pressure without containment, it's in a freaking NASA freaking quote.
And what did it do?
Citation.
It deterred the statement, the whole topic. What were we first talking about? You forgot what we were talking about. We were talking about flat earth. When we get to that point, that's the whole strategy. They're cunning and devious.
It's like they almost knew what they had to do and what they had to say, because they knew where it was going to end, and had to put these things into place to stall everything and drag it out for as long as they could. And that process that's coming to an end now. It has ended for us. But,
that would be a nice poem to write about, one deck. If you could take us through the history. Wow, the way you were saying it, I thought you were going to come with a poem.
Me too.
That would make a good poem.
Me too. I thought he was going to start dropping bars. But
but he could take that and make that into a good poem. We're trusting you with this, one deck.
He's doing the summarization of 2025 as we move into 2026 with the horizontal constant. I think that's what he's preparing for. Sounds good. One deck sounds good.
Yeah, he could end it off with the horizontal constant because it is constantly horizontal. And that's another thing I've been hearing Flat Earth to say this, which is starting to annoy me, that the horizon is not horizontal.
What? Oh, man. Behead them all.
Think about that. The horizon.
Yeah. Who would say that? Wow.
That Rebecca.
I mean,
That's just the same saying that the sea level is level.
Just rumpus each other one at a time.
I was saying I'd ask him to define horizon at that point. They're trying to get you into a situation where you're arguing about the horizon being horizontal, unless you've made a claim about that. You can do.
Right. Are they trying to say that like it really don't exist? Because we know that. We know it's not a physical place, but it's something we do see with our eyes. Right? We know that the sky doesn't actually touch the ground, although it does touch the ground. I'm looking at my yard right now. The air is hitting the ground. But I'm saying as far as what we see, and it forms a horizon. And that horizon is horizontal. It's not freaking vertical. Or it's not curvical.
It's just not flat. It can't be flat. I think all they're doing is pushing back on that one word.
Well, I challenge everybody to go to the shore, go to the beach. You look at that horizon and you tell me that that's not horizontal.
defined as having zero drop, 0 degree drop.
Oh, you can say it's horizontal and you can say it's level. I've got a quote here from somebody that I thought was a flat earther who literally says, we measure the earth with sea level. So I'm thinking he's a flat earther, and I'm going, yeah, you're right. And I expound on it a bit. And then he comes back, I mentioned sea level, and he goes, sea level, quote unquote, does not mean the ocean is perfectly flat, planar surface. Instead, it is a complex scientific concept used as a baseline for measuring elevations and depths on Earth, and the ocean's surface is actually a mosaic of peaks and valleys influenced by several physical factors. And it looks like he cut and paste that from AI or something. I haven't figured out how to respond yet because it's just a bunch of nonsense to basically say, yes, we use sea level in our measurements, but that doesn't mean it's level or flat. So I think this is just I think part of the tipping point at this particular time where the ones that are so fanatical anti-flat earthers, what I would call the radical fundamentalist atheist kind of mentality. We're not talking about them. We're still talking about the backslidden, not quite, knowing the truth kind of people who think they're smart and know that they are kind of bullshitting a bit when they say sea level doesn't mean perfectly flat. They're just pushing back on flat because it's not a flat Earth.
That's right.
That's the same people that say, it's topographical. Oh, mountains, hills, and valleys, it's not flat. And that's why I use topographical plane a lot of times.
Well, how do they get those measurements of the hills and how do they measure the dips and valleys? What do they measure that from?
They don't
level.
get that far.
Sorry,
and they
mean sea level.
Go ahead.
Just saying sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. But what you were saying there, yeah, that's what they're doing now. Like McKeegan with his the elevation profile has to be shown as horizontal because it's just easier to do that. And they're all using horizontal. They've got no qualms about saying, yeah, we're measuring horizontal. We're going to use angles and zenith angles, surface level. They're using all the terminology. They're using our terminology even more now, blatantly. They've got no choice.
To me, it just sounds like, what is it, the 4Ds? It's like delusional, dissonant, deceptive, dumb dialogue. Because the way they're saying it, if I was somebody that just came out of nowhere and didn't even know what you was talking about, I would think that here's a good metaphor. Picture this. A basketball in a pool. And the earth is the basketball. So they measure the entire pool level of the water to the altitudinal and height, elevation, distance to the sky from the sea level. But then they say that the people living on the basketball are living on a spherical thing sitting in the water. I'm talking about the most elementary, child-minded thought process of what they're saying, because it doesn't matter about the topographical variant of the earth. That can still be going horizontal all the way across indefinite to whatever. We don't know we don't know the spread, how outward it goes. So either they're thinking in that immature child mind level, or think we're stupid enough, or think the world, the normies are that stupid to think of it like, yeah, that makes sense. It's like, yeah, that kind of makes it. Well, that's why I said that's stupid. That's dumb and delusional and dissonant and deceptive. But yeah, the terrain is always going to have variations. We already know that just by the mere fact of when you jump into the Atlantic Ocean, you're going to sink. And if you keep walking from the shores all the way down, you're going to go to these heavy canyons that's going to be miles down, and then it's going to resurface up. But it's all, the water is over the earth. So if you say sea level upon the earth, no matter how vast the earth is, if the water is level, then the earth has to be level with, again, the variable topographical heights, creeks, valleys, and canyons. So they're trying to escape admitting it. It hurts them. It's like they melt, or it's like garlic to a vampire. They can't say it's flat. They have to always end up with a but at the end of it after admitting everything else. So it's a psychosis. Or, yeah.
Got to ask what the topology of
thanks,
this,
original.
this is.
I was going to say Chocolate said it well as well just about 45 minutes ago. He said, when is it that you measure something the opposite way to where you see it? So you're measuring curvature, but you're measuring it flat, right? And we all, we just laughed. I thought that was really classically put. Do you know what I mean? Original, yeah, do you get it?
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, exactly. It's just, the psychosis.
But it's the flat earthers. That's what I'm saying. It's the flat earthers that are saying the horizon is not horizontal. It's not even a baller.
They're not flat earthers.
I agree.
They're anti-globers who are just like Jaron. Well, Jaron's a glober now, but they're just anti-globers. They're not flat earthers.
You know what it is? I'm going to tell you what it is. It's the people that you're going to see a lot of them coming out of the woodworks that we say how Earth measured flat. A child can understand. Jim did that whole thing with his class with the horizon. He made them draw a shoreline, and look what they did. A kid knows it. But they're not happy with that because they want to be the intellectual. Now they say, well, it's not horizontal. The horizon's not horizontal. Or does gas pressure really need containment? Well, you need containment to measure it. I mean, it's like, this is what we're getting hit with now. People that want to sniff their own foot, they want to be the intelligent ones, the gurus. When a guru is not needed here. We don't need a scientist to know Earth is measured flat.
But I don't even think that's gururish. I think that's stupid to say that. I mean, you're taking a word, horizontal. It's defined as it is, both ends. No deviation from one end to the other, all the way straight across. And then to say that, I don't know. It's almost like the way they did, like, it's like, don't say fat anymore, say obese. Well, it's the same damn thing. The horizon, the horizontal. Look over the horizontal. What if we just stop saying horizon? Let's just watch the sun come up from the horizontal. Let's see it set at the horizontal. It's horizontal. Horizon. I mean, I don't know, man. It's a psychosis. And if it ain't that, it's a recruitment. They're recruiting, or they're swaying, because Jaron may have be the poster boy, but they're just getting people. People are finding incentives to try to slide on the other side. Maybe there's some type of incentive we don't know about.
Oh, and I hate to be the broken record. It's people who deny the truth that's right in front of their faces. The most basic thing you can get to, especially if you're talking about science, is natural law, laws of nature. And those things are easy to understand. Even a child can understand it. And it can be easily demonstrated. And it's the most basic form of truth about our physical reality that we study that there is. Just like it's the basic, logic is the most basic form of knowledge that forms everything that we do. So when you're denying things that are true, you can't battle or fight those people on the same playing field. You've got to stay away from a proper way of arguing. You have to kind of argue on their level, hear me out, so that they don't get the feeling that they know what they're talking about. If you talk to them on a higher level, then that gives them permission to do the Dunning-Kruger stuff and literally say that sea level is not level. It's a mosaic of interspersed patterns of blah, 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 and think that they're smart. So it's a fine line. Well, no, and actually that's how you argue with them, is just to tell them the truth and let them continually reject it. So that's what that's what all of us are trying to do, is to say, no, measured flat. Oh, no, that line's horizontal. Level means level. Horizontal means horizontal. Vertical means 90 degrees perpendicular to a horizontal plane of reference. That's basic truth of geometry and logic and laws of physical nature. Gas container. No vacuum. Vacuums don't exist. That's my fun one lately. Show me a vacuum in nature, and no one replies. It's all, what about the gradient? Blah, blah, blah. I don't argue those. I say, just show me a vacuum in nature. Get back to me. And they can't. And they try to get in there in that Smartville about the gradient and about this and about gravity, and you can't do this without gravity, and what about this? What about that? That's allowing them to think of themselves as wise, and you're putting them in that position. We shouldn't. Should just say, yeah, level's level. Figure it out. Whatever you're spouting is nonsense. Natural law. Here's the natural law. Figure it out. So that's the final.
I was gonna say, I like how you mentioned the, which I heard a lot, the vacuum issue. A lot of Globers did that. A lot of normies did that. And you could just basically hit a grand slam home run with, show me where the vacuum in nature, other than your fantastical outer space. You always mention vacuum, but it's always some vacuum that NASA made or this one made. We're not talking about that. You can't superimpose and incorporate science, if you knew what the definition of science is, natural phenomena, with the topic of vacuum. So back to what I was saying before, all of those other distracting, deterrent topics that we were arguing with back in the past with the normies and the Globers, if you do what he just said, simplify it. Nope. Horizontal, nope. Level, nope. Measured flat. If you just simplify that and don't even get into all the other rhetoric, it frustrates them, and they do what I always said they'll do. They'll change the subject and they'll say, well, what about that game with the Knicks? They'll change the subject. Or they'll just say, you know what? At the end of the day, it ain't putting no food on my table. That's their concession.
And I consider that a win, because that means I don't have to argue with a fool. God makes the foolish wise, and the wise into fools. Or the ones that think themselves wise become fools. And once you realize that, and you try to just stick to the truth, I've even gone so far, like with the vacuum thing, just show me a vacuum that exists in nature. My claim is vacuums do not exist in nature. They can't. I don't even talk about a container. I just say a vacuum. That triggers them enough. But I even stay away from talking about NASA or any of the lies or any of that stuff. As soon as you get on NASA, that goes away,
Well, the Bible actually says too. It says that it takes the wisdom of the wise. It's foolishness to God. We're talking about the creator of all things, the one who created this place that we are living in, whatever you want to call it, terrarium, whatever. He's the creator of all things. And you could take the most intelligent person in the world, whatever his IQ is, and it's foolishness to Almighty God.
And that should humble all of us. And that is also the point. Humbling us into knowing that, we're probably not we're not Solomon, right? I'm not going to compare myself to Solomon. And Solomon is nothing compared to God. And Solomon was God's boy, right? So, yeah, as long as we keep humble and realize that God did create everything, and this creation he delights in us searching for truth in it and learning about it. So let's do that, but let's not be stupid and think that we had
that's a
anything
good
to
point
do.
you raised there. That is a good point. Unfortunately, I think God would be very disappointed with the action that's going on his flat earth currently. All the wars and nonsense that we've got to take in our bodies. I don't take it, but you know what I mean. And the taxation and it just total devaluation of life that's going on currently. The Creator will not be happy.
No, he's not. He says he's angry with the wicked all day.
Yeah, there you go.
That's why in the Bible, you're right, man. He's not happy, but he's thankfully gracious because we deserve to basically just be wiped out. So we should be thankful that he's a little patient for all of this stuff. Of course he's not happy. He's not happy until everyone repents and comes to him.
He's long suffering, not willing that any should perish, but that all come to repentance and an understanding of who he is.
All? What was that word? What was that word? All?
He's long suffering, not willing that any should perish, but that all come to repentance.
All. That kind of means everybody, doesn't it? You better check your translation.
Absolutely. Well, people fight over what the Bible is, so then you're in a constant fight, whether it's authentic or not. So I don't even waste my time with that. The only way we know God is through the Bible.
Amen.
And nature.
Joking, Neil. Just joking.
And nature. We see his handiwork in nature, but we know his character through what we read of him.
Well, I'm always thanking the Creator for the nature that I've enjoyed right up until today. So that's always giving thanks, and then for giving me an enjoyable life that I've had so far. Ups and downs, but that's part of my life. That'll be up to my making. But yeah, I'm always giving thanks to God. Always.
Yeah. The ups and downs, right? Everybody has them. I mean, It's like crazy because for some people, I mean, maybe money doesn't come and go. Maybe money stays. But for others, it comes and it goes. It's what we need to live in this world because that's the system we're in right now.
Well, we've all been saying it on the show about how we had to go through the last 10 years. I was watching like a Morgan Freeman short clip where somebody's suggesting that God hasn't blessed them with the things that they've prayed for. And Morgan Freeman's explaining, well, if you needed courage and you asked the Lord for courage, would he just give you courage, or would he put you in a situation that required you to be courageous? In other words, he's going to present the opportunities that are best served to make you what you want to be. If you're praying for that particular thing and you're going to believe that God's going to give it to you, no. But the circumstances that befall you may produce that outcome. So when I'm looking down the camera and going, I'm battle hardened, it's like, yeah, well, I feel like I've stepped with the Lord for the majority of my life at least. Well, most of the people we're dealing with are freaking heathens. So they're walking with God? Absolutely not. Well, these people, when I describe them as cowards, I am accurate. They've only been able to point their bony fingers at us because they've been on the shoulders of the consensus, and it's wrong. They've done it for the money. They've done it because they love the money, not because they're doing it for a greater good. Everyone already thought they were on a ball, but they took the money with their sweaty hands to tell them that they were on a ball that they already thought they were on, and mock others who said otherwise. That's pretty scammy, that's pretty scummy, and it's definitely not walking a path that God set for them. So when it comes to the great unwashed, not us, turning around and pointing their bony fingers straight back at them and wanting to persecute them because they can find easy examples of where they have been deceitful without having to make it up and lie about it, they're going to suffer. Now, it may be the case that the society that keeps us under control, that is to say the governmental aspect of society, has already got a plan in place to stop that being the case. Maybe being a heliocentrist becomes a protective group so that the people who opposed us don't suffer as we have suffered. Now, would it be reasonable that they suffer the same? Well, they're not battle-hardened to it, are they? They wouldn't cope. Cowards wouldn't cope when it's put back at them. And I mean, no doubt that they, that's to say our opponents on the anti-flat earth side, wouldn't cope if they were in our shoes. But because we have the shoes we have, they have the wear on the soles to show how and why we are the way we are. Battle-hardened, toughened to this example. They're not.
Yeah, and they're losing their power, and they know it too, Nathan. They're losing their power.
Very well said, Nathan. Very well said.
That one clip from that movie, it was at Steve Carell. He plays the Noah character, and he's got to build an ark and stuff like that. That scene in the diner is the absolute most powerful scene I have seen in a movie, in a secular movie, about God and his nature, that I can recall. That every time I watch that clip, man, it just makes me cry.
What's the clip?
Wait, what clip? I missed it. Which one? What'd you say?
Oh, the one you explained, where God is Morgan Freeman. He's God. He's in the diner. He's the waiter, and the girl who is the wife of Steve Carell, who's been told by God to build an ark, and so the wife just is about to divorce him, and she doesn't know what to do, and all she did was just pray that her family would, just get together better and love each other more, and there's her husband is crazy building this ark, and everyone's, he's losing his job, and she's so frustrated, and she's at this diner, and then Morgan Freeman, who is God, comes up. You're having a bad day, man. He just slips into a conversation. I'm here for a story. Tell me about the story. Oh, that's your husband? I think that's pretty cool. and she's like, I don't get you. And then she's like, I don't know what to do. And he says, well, seems to me if you're one, if you were going to pray and you were going to ask God to give you courage, well, is he going to just zap and give you courage, or is he going to give you an opportunity to be courageous? If he's going to give you, and he gave another example of something. And then the third example, of course, is...
I just need to know the name of the movie. I don't know what movie is it talking about.
All I keep thinking is Evan Almighty, but that's not it. I don't know if that's a...
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's after Bruce Almighty. It's the second one, Evan Almighty or something like that. You're right. It's Evan. I think his name is Evan. With Steve
I'm right,
Seal, yeah.
but I think I'm wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's one of those Almighty.
Well, if God, I don't like it already, because if God were to have a voice, it would definitely be James Earl Jones's voice.
No, wrong. It is and always will and can only be Morgan Freeman. How dare you?
No.
Of course.
No. You're thinking because you think James, yeah, exactly. No. That is the voice of God. James Earl Jones has got the best voice.
I mean, if I was to pick...
Who did it in Ten Commandments?
I'd have picked Denzel Washington.
Charlton Heston, that's good too. But I want to let you know something. There's a Bible. What do you call that when you put it on and it audio? It's an audio Bible.
Audiobook.
And it's done by James Earl Jones. And I'll tell you, it's so like prestigious. It's like, wow, regal.
Yeah, but Denzel Washington would have been better if he got the part.
Definitely. Or maybe Samuel Jackson. Something, you mother.
All we know is God has to be black. It's one of the rules.
You
Oh,
think
without
that
a
he will
doubt.
speak in English?
Say again?
You think that he will speak in English?
He will speak
I think he'll speak like a
language
brother.
that you'll be able to understand.
Every language, everyone will hear. And you can even speak in one
Correct.
sound, and everyone of 30 different languages will hear him in their own tongue.
Right.
So-
And the mockers will say something else, but the serious onlookers will say, I'm hearing the wondrous works of God.
That's
There's
why
been
you
too
should
many
all understand
testimonies
what I'm
I've
saying.
heard of
Hold on,
people
Chocolate
who
was trying to say something, but he came in a little muffled.
Well, Surf Daddy's halfway through his thought. Go ahead, Surf Daddy.
There's been too many testimonies of ministers and people who've been out in the field and foreign countries and stuff that I've heard where they had no idea that they were being used. He was one guy was given a lecture or something and being translated in one language in a conference hall or whatever. And when he was leaving, somebody had come to him who said they weren't even in that room. They were just passing by the room. And he was talking in their language to them. And they said, oh, you said this and this and this, you know, when you said this. And he's going like, but you don't speak English. No, we heard it.
I did that yesterday.
Too many stories like that.
So
Yeah.
I went to a Flat Earth Banjo Japan, whatever it's called, video. And in there, I was just so pissed off that all they were doing was the old school style of where's the curvature, that I said it to every single commenter in the video. And there wasn't that many. Maybe there was a dozen, maybe there was 2 dozen. I don't know how many. But the point was I was going to respond to all of them. And I got to one that was German. I'm like, I can kind of cobble my way through what he's saying here, but I'm going to need a translator. So I took his text, took it to the Google Translate, translated it, and then responded and translated my response into German and then posted it to him. And I'm basically saying, stop talking about why Earth should be a sphere when the sphere requires flat Earth measurements to create it. That was the overall sentiment, although less concise in every comment.
What was the video you're talking about? Was that the one with the Go Fast rocket?
It's the one where the thumbnail says, I think we found proof of flat Earth. I'm like, oh, it's all I talk about all day. I'll watch this. So I watch it, and almost immediately it's, where's the curvature? We should have curvature blocking the view of the moon on the Go Fast rocket.
Yeah, that's the one, Vax. Jen, you know better than me. You were in Jenna's server when they put it on, right? And they were all saying how wonderful the proof was. But Vax was like, I don't think so.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it because the guy had spent 3 months looking at the video frame by frame. And what he was basically pointing out is at the time that rocket was set off, it captured the moon. And that would have been impossible to capture the moon if they're living on a globe, which is what he's saying, a globe killer, because the moon would be in Australia, but the rocket is taking off in Florida straight out. So it's on the opposite side of their supposed fantasy ball. That's what he was highlighting. Okay.
Okay, but that goes
Wait. And
So I went in-
I want to.
So that's just to clarify. Hold on, D. That's the video I went in hot and heavy and said, I can't believe I'm about to make this metaphor. Like Jesus in the temple turning the tables over. They all think they're doing really well while they're trading, and he comes in and turns all the tables. That was me. I'm like, why are you doing this? That was my attitude towards every single one of the commenters who were like, great proof, see? I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? It's measured flat. Altitude. That's what I'm doing.
And you know what? And I'm going to say real quick. And I find that warranted, Nathan. However, measurably, navigably, and observably, that was an observation that he was probably pointing out. See, observation is different from measurement. Measurement solidifies it all, but there are observations, and I guess just to play devil's advocate, that was an observation that he was making plain as day that it would be impossible to see the moon at that altitude if at the locations of the moon being over at the time of Mexico or wherever it was in Australia.
I've got to stop you 'cause
That
it's
was
making me
observable.
Okay, that's a contradiction because
Stop.
nobody's ever been on a globe to make that freaking statement.
Hold on. No, what you're detailing, you're rattling off lists of flat Earth proofs and ignoring them, just like the video did. So at that location, the position that we established using flat Earth measurements, at that altitude measured from a plane of reference perpendicular to it, at that time of day that utilises elevation angles of a flat Earth, everything about it enraged me because it whistled past every single flat Earth measurement we detail daily to use them all to say, we shouldn't be able to see this on a globe. And it absolutely infuriated me.
I know.
No, I got you. I went right past it too. Look, I fell for it too. I know everything you said, Nathan, but what did I say? How do you know you've never been on a globe to make that observation?
Well, this is it. Like I said, that was devil's advocate. Because like I said to Neil before, after the show was over, they will bring. I said, I love banjo, but he's still doing it. That's not the only one. He's still doing the TikTok things. These are the ones that Lee was talking about, or whoever was talking about the flat Earth is talking about horizon being not leveled all the way. I mean, these are the anti-globers who are not flat earthers.
Yeah, that's okay. They're new people.
Yeah, no. Banjo's not new. Banjo's not new.
No, I'm not talking about banjo. I'm talking about the TikTok people.
Oh no, no. That
Did
was
you hear
a
what
word.
Dee called them? I'm talking to Jin. He called them anti-globers. High five.
Right. Because what I'm saying is, whether they're new or whether they're banjo, they're not flat earthers. Banjo exploits them to make his point because he's not a flat earther. He's an anti-glober. He hasn't come to the point. He hasn't come to the promised land yet. He's still out there looking for it because he's talking about everything else.
Yeah. Well, I happen to like his content, and like I said earlier on in the Master B, you have to give people time. If I can just finish, please. Give people time to get there. So although Nathan was infuriated because they missed all the other flat Earth clues before actually mentioning the globe itself, yeah, that is frustrating, of course. And Neil also stating that they didn't have, no one's lived on a globe, which is my position as well. But they put up a simulator. As far as I'm concerned, he did good. He didn't do bad at all. He missed the obvious stuff, but give them time to get there. You're leading them. They're going to get there in the end. Like I said, I've been traveling the servers, and more people now beginning to say Earth is measured flat from the flat earthers themselves, which is good. They're using it now. So it's getting there slowly. Just got to give them time. Okay?
Well,
but they throw it in as a cursory, or like Witsit always did it too.
Hold on a second, Neil.
Talks about the measurement. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sasha.
What means TikTok people?
I'll answer that, being that I said that.
Heads
TikTok accounts,
which is like some software.
Yeah, I know that, but there are people on. I'm TikTok people.
Me too.
Well, I'm a TikTok. I got a TikTok.
person.
I got a TikTok account, but if I can answer that, being I'm the one.
Do you know why, Nathan? Because when people are using that, it's somehow it's sounding that's something wrong. That's something like let's say retarded, or there are some TikTok people. There are YouTube people. There are Twitter people.
Yeah.
They are making something stupid or something non-stupid.
Well, I think because when you clarify it as being TikTok, you've got this what the kids call brain rot element to TikTok. So if you're a TikTok person, you're a brain rot person. So when you say, well, is that an insult? Well, yeah, it is.
Because I haven't seen anything come out of TikTok that was legit yet.
Well, you know what?
It starts out legit, and then it's feast of nonsense.
Hey, look. Being that we know Nathan is recording,
because it's only social media, like YouTube. It's the same thing, only a little bit different, but it's almost the same thing. The only thing is because the same bullshit you can find on YouTube, the same bullshit what you can find on TikTok.
Yeah, we call
if you
that
don't
out
want to
too.
compare. compare like
Okay.
that, but it's I don't know why people put it like TikTok is more stupid than everything else.
Because we're better than
Hey,
But
them.
it's
hey,
not
Basically,
like
hey, can I,
No,
basically
I
because
think
we're
some
better.
really intelligent people on TikTok articulate flat Earth perfectly well. So it's been very instrumental into introducing the young people to the flat Earth. That's a good thing. They're going to learn if they stick with it. They're going to catch up with Nathan and the 24/7s and the rest of the other flat Earthers out there, and they'll all get onto the same page. You've just got to give people time to do that.
right now,
I don't like the abuse they're getting. Oh, that's stupid. I don't like that.
Okay,
let's be a little bit more
But I haven't
compassionate,
seen one
please.
good video
Excuse me.
yet.
A bit more.
Send me
Well,
a video.
okay. Look harder. I would say to you, look harder because I've seen them. So you look harder, mate.
Pardon me.
Stop being so abusive to these new people who are coming in. Thank you.
We're not being
Jen,
abusive.
Neil, Jen, being that I'm the one that made the word TikTok published on this show, and I'm being challenged by Sasha, not in a bad way, but in an interesting way. That I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how anybody, especially being that I'm a TikTok account holder. Let me finish. How that
I'm
would
not
be
saying that
offensive
you're
because
that person who are saying that, that, but I felt that through the years that people saying for the TikTok, it's not only you, but
I got you.
there are you can hear other people, like normal people, normies. They will say, "Oh, TikTok, that's bullshit,"
Oh no, well, I'm talking about the bullshit, not the platform, because I'll say the IG do it, Instagram, I'll say the Facebook do it. Okay? Everybody does it, but I'm letting you know that for some reason, Banjo likes to put the TikTok things up on there. Now you blame him for doing the TikTok and excluding the IG and the Facebook. Then we can take that to another subject of why he favors TikTok. I'm a TikTok account holder. I don't consider the people on TikTok or it being any better or worse than any other platform. The fact of the matter is that Banjo, again, the whole thing was Banjo has not found the promised land. I don't care whether he puts up NASA stuff, Dave White stuff. I don't care. He's still not coming to the point of the truth. Because you know why? I'm going to say because the reason why they don't want to narrow it down and solidify with the measurement is because the same reason why the DEA allows a little bit of drugs to come into the United States. If they cease it altogether, they have no job. If he talks about the measurement, there is no more interest in his channel. Okay, so the incentive for a lot of these anti-globers to continue to beat around the bush, piece of nonsense, roll around in the mud with the poison in the lake is because there's an incentive. It's subscribers, it's interest. It makes it a topic so people can get on there and argue.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they would say flat Earth measurements and nail it. We close our books and we go to the next subject. But then nobody wants that.
It does sometimes appear to me like there is an algorithmic favoritism to those who spew the feast of nonsense. Just saying.
Well, and I'll agree in that the same thing applies to Banjo. He's got a book. He wrote the book on all the proofs. So that's his thing, just like, it's his rhetoric, just like David Weiss has got his tired rhetoric. If he no longer pushes that book, then he's out of job.
Speaking of books.
Yeah, he's got to push his book, and he does push his book. His 16 emergency flights and that. Yeah, he pushes his book, pushes it in English, pushes it in Japanese. It's not a crime.
Not at all.
Not a crime at all.
Speaking of which, anybody here know who Wakey Wakey is?
Oh my
I
God.
love the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He disappeared like years.
No, he's still around. Well, he actually got in touch with me. So he was on my, I can't remember what particular social messenger. I think it was Facebook one, Messenger, I think they call it. And he got in touch to say he was out wherever he was in Europe and somebody liked my show. I'm like, while I've got you, I've written about you because you actually were the subject matter of one of my anecdotes. You and another YouTuber that he used to partner with, and some of the anecdotal stories about information he passed on to me 10 years ago, specifically about Earth being like, metaphorically, a papier-mâché globe, where it looks really solid, but then you touch it and your finger goes right through. And then I added to his analogy, although I haven't written about this in my book, where for us, following on from that analogy, you look through the little hole you've poked and you see someone standing on the other side looking through at you. You're like, oh, hello. And you sort of wave through the little hole you've both poked through this paper globe that's made of glue and paper stuck together that looks very solid at first glance. Well, that starting analogy came from Mark Knight, or Wakey Wakey. But I wouldn't have done this if he came off badly in the anecdote, but he doesn't. He comes off quite well in the anecdote. But I was talking about him and his flat earth key rings and his ex-YouTube partner and some of the things he did. Without sounding too salacious, it involves masturbation on camera with a different YouTube videographer. And it's just a very salacious, slutty story. There's a reason behind the story, but I just gave him a little excerpt from it. So I'm like, just out of interest, as you happen to be in the book, would you like an excerpt from the chapter that you feature in? He was like, oh, yeah, definitely. So I just went in, because I'd written it maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago. Like I say, all the anecdotes are newly written. And just took out a chunk and just gave it to him with all the fake names, because I'd actually, by then, I think it was at the stage where I'd started to actually use the fake names as I was writing them, like the different names, so I don't get sued. And so he's reading about himself, and I think I renamed him David Day and said his YouTube channel name was 9090. But he's reading about David Day and 9090's activities on YouTube while in an interview with me on Flat Earth UK, and the sort of fallout amongst a group of people that were talking about Flat Earth at the time, and how salacious, let's just say, that was. Again, just for Surf Daddy, because he brought it up in the live show. This is peppered with, but for the fact that we now know Earth is measured flat in all instances. That is to say, throughout most of my anecdotes, I'm pointing out that, I think in this particular instance, I say something along the lines of, his profound statement about the papier-mâché globe is ultimately now superseded, because we're not focusing on how flat Earth being measured must be to create the papier-mâché globe he described in his profound declarations. In other words, I'm still highlighting that in spite of him having a really good example 10 years ago that's poignant, it's overridden or made redundant, or whatever terminology you want to use, by the fact that we now know to create that papier-mâché globe, we had to measure the actual surface of the reality of Earth that we stand upon flat. So that's sort of intertwined in the anecdote. Does that make sense?
I get it, but I understand where Jin's coming from. Jin is saying basically these people are putting flat Earth content out there, and people are going to catch up. But my question is it good to put bad flat Earth content out there where people begin to mock, or shouldn't we, 10 years down the road, be putting out some good flat Earth content and start moving away from all the other stuff so people can grasp it quicker?
Let me answer you. It depends. So with me going in and making comment about how, look, why are you doing this when Earth's measured flat? If in the same way I've criticised the ballers for the love of money that is produced when you make anti-flat Earth rhetoric on YouTube, the same can be said for some of our flat Earth counterparts. They're in the same pond too. The analogy applies to them also. That is to say, if you are algorithmically favoured for pushing the feast of nonsense and conspiracy and titling it Flat Earth, and you know for sure and without a doubt Earth is measured flat because we've specifically pointed it out, then you are as guilty as they. That's to say, you're just following the money. You didn't know? Well, you did. You knew for sure and without a doubt. I told you, in some instances, in this case, Banjo. He's not going to be unaware of what my rhetoric is. Now I've gone to his comments and overturned the tables, metaphorically speaking, with all of his commenters, basically going, why are you doing this? When every single example you need to do it requires Earth be measured flat. Why are you ignoring that? It's 2025.
Or you could have said, are you aware? Because maybe some of them are not aware that Earth is measured flat. Okay, some of them may not be aware of that fact.
Yeah, and that's Banjo's fault. That's my point.
Sorry, if I could just get in there. They may have heard of it, but it hasn't sunk in properly. They don't fully grasp it. Okay, that's some people are like that. Okay, just bear that in mind.
I don't know. But if you're gonna go to videos that are punting the feast of nonsense, as that's the discussion on the table, then it is down to the videographer punting that nonsense to make them aware of that. And if they're not, you'll have me in there turning the tables over.
Well, I'm glad you went in there anyway, because at least you've gone in there, you've informed them. Maybe I wouldn't have been so brutal with it, because like I said, we're all in the same boat together here. I'm more of a try and help the people rather than smack. The Globers I smack on the head every day of the week. But the people are coming in and that, I'm going to always be gentle with them, bring them along. That's me. That's the way I operate anyway. I have to slam whack a modem over the head. I'm not that kind of guy at all. Only to the Globers.
Maybe
the
I
ones
am.
that
I
really
say I'm
know.
a lover. Maybe I just like to bitch slap the flat measurements into these people.
Well, that's down to you. You bitch slap everybody. I'll try and encourage them, coach and encourage. They get the slaps go to the Globers who know it's flat and they're just being obnoxious. They get the slaps from me. But general people in the public, I don't do that to them.
Well, I'm going to say this. I want to say on Nathan's side, I understand it. He slaps with constructive information to correct the feast of nonsense and the conspiracy theoretical crap that they be flying back and forth. And I also understand what Jen is saying. It's Banjo's way of letting it be known that people are so-called, or at least starting to open their eyes from their deep Van Winkle zombie naps. And they're coming around, and like Jen said, give them some time, whatever. But the fact of the matter is that there is no excuse unless they're not listening to this show. We know why, because the algorithm doesn't allow them to even know the show exists or whatever. But it's not like none of us are sharing it neither. And I guarantee you those people probably don't even bother because they have more fun doing their TikTok posts and being seen. Oh, look, my thing is on Eddie Banjo. Oh, this is great. Oh, yeah, man, you're now a cyber celebrity. All this crap, whatever. I'm just speaking in general. But at the end of the day, tables need to be flipped. They got to be flipped.
I would ask Nathan, you're right, Original, you're right there. I would ask Nathan to extend an invite to Banjo, bring him in, and then school him and educate him on that, if that's something he's missing. I think that should be happening amongst flat earthers with their channels. Invite each other in to hook each other up. I think that should be happening. Come on, man. Get him in here.
Well, Nathan may not have, but me and I know I have, and Neil just said
I have too.
Yeah, we have put the link up there. We have thrown up the measurement, everything. I mean, like I said, every time I see one of those, I go in all caps.
You know why I can't stand behind Banjo? He had the audacity to outright call Nathan a Mason. So he drew first blood. I couldn't give a crap about that guy. I think he's a detriment to flat Earth.
Well, why don't we invite him in on a cordial conversation, and let's not get too hostile, and let's see where he's coming from. Why don't we do that? Let's invite him in. Please come in to have a nice conversation. We've got a few points that we want to talk over to you about Earth being measured flat, and can you start to use that, please? Come in and then pick up on all the other stuff cordially, because we're all in the same boat together here. Okay? The enemy is not flat. Is not Flat Earth Banjo. He's not the fucking enemy in my book. He never will be. Okay? So come on, man.
Somebody said
who the real enemies are out there.
Somebody said a while ago, the biggest detriment for flat Earth is going to be pretend to clown flat Earthers. But now it's turning out to be that regular flat Earthers are being a detriment. We're not the ones causing separation. We're the ones leading the way. Other people are causing separation by accusing Nathan of being a Mason because he found some pictures of in the past where he may have been. I could find pictures of myself doing some
let's bring him in.
symbols, and it's not freaking. I'm not a freaking Mason. So
no, let's bring him in. That's why I think we should invite them in. Invite them cordially. And then we can hash it out on a live one. Yeah, why not? Just invite them in cordially and say, look, come in and have a chat. We want to talk about the Earth measurements, but we think you're missing the point there. And, and let's discuss this thing about me being a Mason, because I'm not, and just get it out on the table so he can get to understand the psychologies of work. So then he will then say, oh, maybe he might concede, I made a mistake there, blah, blah, blah. I apologize, and we move forward together. This is what I'm saying. We're not doing that. We need to do that a lot. Come on, man, people.
And Jen, I feel what you're saying. I feel exactly what you're saying. As far as the measurement, Trust me, Banjo knows because his specialty are the flights. You can't discuss the flights without
That's
horizontal
right.
pitch. You can't speak about that.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely. I know. I know.
so he knows that. So basically, what I'm saying, like I said before, anti-globers who have channels like that poison the lake with other things are not flat earthers because
Right.
the flat earth final countdown is here. It's the measurements. The measurements takes care of everything. And if you're gonna be like we just talked about the other day, we were talking about the other people or the normies versus what was it? The normies versus the regulars. We were talking about that the other day, and I had gotten corrected to not mix it up. And I said, okay, cool. So we got the norm. Yeah, we were talking with Eli about the people who are like Danny Faulkner, and then we got people like fake Professor Dave, and then we got the normies and all that. At the end of the day, Banjo's under the level of Professor Dave when it comes to the opposite side of the globe. He's an anti-glober who is not someone that probably is a pilot or ever flew a plane or anything, but he knows all of the specialty things about the flight thing. So he knows about the measurements.
He's
so
got it all
on that-
dialed in, hasn't he? He has. He's got it all dialed
yeah, he's on that. He's on that
since 2018, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's on that level of the regular that Eli was correcting me that he was saying those are the ones that we have to get in check because they're the ones that's making it a battle, given what do we say? Given a window, a crack in the door, a loophole for the globers to keep on
keeping on.
Continuing the argument.
To keep on keeping on.
No, it gives them a doorway to continue an argument that we've ended and identified as never being an argument.
Right. So hence the invite to come in on a show. Come and sit. Now let's have a chat here and let's iron this out. It's easy to do. That's what I'd be doing. If I had my show, I said, come on, Vlad Banjo. I like what you're doing and that. We've got one or two things to iron out with you and let's have a little discussion live. And because if it's live, then everybody's going to get to hear the thing. And I think we can move together and finalize certain things and the psychology will come out. And if he's one of those, it's like you said, just interested in the money, it'll all come out in the conversation. And you put it to him directly. I feel that you're giving me the feeling that you're making the money, but you're not really interested in pushing the pedal because we're telling you it's the measurements. You know it's the measurements. You've got the flights dialed in. So can you please bring that forward? Because that's the fundamental necessity. Like you need air to breathe. You need this flat earth. That flat earth is measured flat. Has to be mentioned. Has to be. You can't do it without it. Okay? And then, let him get into that. Let's bring him in. Why would he get violent? And, he's a fucking this, that, and that. I don't think that works, to be quite honest. We need to bring him in because we need each other here. That's my point. Finished.
And I agree with you on that. Yep. If he just sticks to his flight things, talk about his flight. Don't talk about. We don't need to hear we don't need to hear what IG is posting and what TikTok is posting. And when Nathan broke down one time before, I looked at it like this: there's illness and disease. One side, the Occidental allopathic method is to manage and regulate symptomatic issues, not to cure disease. Because if they cured disease, talking about big pharma, then there would be no business. It would go out of business because everybody would be cured. Or if anybody could just go out in their backyard in the woods and find a plant to be able to crush up and make a lotion out of or ointment or a soup or something, they will go out of business. So you have doctors who are on that side, and Nathan's one of them. He's still going to make money because he has to survive. So nothing is for free. However, he's going to give you the best remedy to cure your illness, not just give you a little 2-hour symptomatic regulatory.
No, it's an instant cure.
Yeah, exactly. See, you know what I'm saying? And you're either on board with the cure or you're on board with that stagnated, long-term, keep them coming back like little junkies.
Snake oil salesman's remedy that doesn't work.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. Well, I know where you're coming from. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I get you. But I think we should be doing that, though, inviting these people in. Come and have a chat with us. Come on. Come and have a chat show. Come and have a chat with the Flat Earth, Nathan Oakley's 1980. Come on. Have a discussion, not a debate. Why not? Yeah, we should do that and invite him in,
Yeah, that's up to
We know he's a
Nathan.
busy man himself, so when he's got the time.
Well, you know what? Jen just gave me an idea. FED, Flat Earth Discussion.
Yeah, that's right. Let's have
It's
a
no
flat earth
longer
discussion.
debate. It's a discussion.
It's a discussion, yeah. So why don't you come and have a discussion, and we can help each other on our deliveries. And I know that we need help, but you've got to put yourself in a position like he may have something, you know what I mean? And bring him in and let's see what he's got. And let's give him what we got, for example, and let's exchange and then move forward. So, and then he'll invite Nathan onto his show. And that's what I want to see happening. Do you know what I mean? That's what I've always wanted to see happening. And that shows solidarity. We're all moving together in unison. The TikTok people are coming in. Yeah, let's bring them in. Let's help them. Let's bring them up. I was like that, let's move them along. And then eventually, every one of them, step by step, they're picking up all the stuff, picking up all the right stuff, And then the next generation come along, they're going to be talking its measured flat from the word go, because they're going to think, yeah, I mean, how did I miss that, And that saves time. It just can't be whack-umming everybody. I don't like that, because I was one of those people. So I would never do that. I would never do that when I was one of them myself.
And that's why I agree with you, Jen, on that part, because we all were some way or the other on that level. Even 5 years ago, me and I'd have been talking about ice walls, but we were talking about something other than the measurements. So we just have to kind of think about that.
Yeah.
But come with a firm, stern, information, but don't make them feel like, because that makes them.
Yeah, but original, you were strong. Sorry to cut you off there. You were strong with the black swan, so you knew that was kind of like the measurements anyway. I've heard you articulate the black swan, and you've had people dissolved in their seats. So you knew you were talking about measurements, but maybe we didn't say it's what you would say. It's proof of flat Earth.
Right,
rather than it's measured.
Right, because I wasn't even I wasn't even there neither. I was like, Dad, that's why I said, now I'm thinking back on it. We were talking about the measurements all the time. We just never said the words.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Well, I was
so was 10. 10 was talking about measurements with celestial navigation without saying it.
Yeah, there you go. I was always talking about the measurements, but without actually saying Earth is measured flat. Those words never came out, but that is flat. Look at the distance. There is no measurable curvature there. It's flat, level, horizontal. Now I've got the horizontal constant going in, and that's a constant jab in the glober's jaw. They don't like it, but I'm loving it. See, the globers get it. And you know the ones I'm talking about on the circuit that we have on Discord. But out on the streets, I'm more softly with those people, because they come in genuine to try and learn. Some of them are rude. And then I put it to them. Before I'm rude to them back, I say, you are being rude now. It's a straightforward, clean question, no insults. Why are you responding with an insult? Ladies and gentlemen, in the YouTube live stream, as you can hear, we've asked the guy, has he gone out to check something? He's decided to be abusive. And that's part of the cognitive dissonance problem that they exhibit from time to time. Let's try again with the young man. Yeah, now, as I asked you a moment ago, do you have any measurements of the code? Have you gone out to check this thing? Have you investigated before you say we're wrong? That kind of thing. Yeah, it works because it calms them down in here.
Yeah, but you're flipping it back. So you just asked him if he went out to look for measurements of the curve.
Well, right? Yeah, because he believes on that. He's carrying a belief that he doesn't seem to understand just yet. We've already said it's measured flat. Before I'm talking about that, I've already laid down it's the measured flat thing. And now we're trying to elaborate that. And I'm helping him to understand he hasn't even done any check on his own model that he believes. That's what we're exposing first. Okay? Allow me my method. Thank you.
So you think it's very important to get through the psychological part too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I'm starting to understand you more.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's the point, you see, because there is a psychological aspect to it as well, you see.
Yeah, I said it earlier, it's psychosis.
Psychosis. There you go. I heard you original, I heard you, and I loved you for it. So there you go. And that's why I mentioned the chocolate one, because the chocolate one was really funny. When do you measure something the opposite to where it is? I mean, that is the question, isn't it?
Yeah, but he happened to say it when we come to the realization now that
he said that as well.
They were measured flat the whole time, but like we said in the pre-show, we were looking for curvature. That's the only problem. That's why we didn't see the flat. We didn't see the dancing bear right in front of us.
Right.
You know?
And as I mentioned before, the eyes wide shut, that title is enough to explain the psychosis that I was under. My eyes were open, but they were shut, as it were. There you go. It all works.
I'd like to offer a possibility for consideration that
Go ahead,
if it
sir.
ever comes to a point where FED title needs to be tweaked a little bit, instead of flat earth debate, it could be flat earth discourse.
Yeah, that's marvelous as well. Yeah, flat earth discussion, flat earth discourse. Perfect. I love that.
I got an idea.
Images of cups of tea and coffee on the table, you're relaxed, and amicable discussions going on. Yeah.
I got an idea. Let's all tell Nathan what his show should be called. I go first. Flat Earth Education. Next.
Flat earth discourse from the man who just put it forward, and then flat earth discussion from original.
We're probably pissing Nathan off right now.
No, because that not really. No, it could be just a special time. Come and have a discussion, and you invite people from other servers that who are doing it and that, but not doing it quite right. You feel, bring them in, and I think Nathan is in that position. He could do that. That's another great avenue for 2026. Let's have a discussion. Come on, cup of tea and a scone. That's typical English, that is. Cup of tea and a scone. Let's have a discussion. Let's get it on. Come on, Flat Earth Banjo. I'd like to have a word with you on one or two things and see how you're getting on and that. And let's see how much aware you are of the Earth measured in flat and stuff. And please come in and sit down. Let's have a discussion, and we help each other along.
Tea and scones with Nathan Oakley. And now let's sit at the table and let's bring Flat Earth Banjo in to have a tea and scones with Nathan Oakley.
Yes.
You sound like Jim Panda.
Brilliant, that is. That's it. Now give us a background on your life story with the Flat Earth. How did you get into it and that? And that would be brilliant, wouldn't it? Yeah?
Well, I started out as a Mason.
Oh, that's a good one.
Well, Masons have always measured the Earth flat. That's why they've got their
that's square.
Compass and square.
Yeah.
They're always measured the Earth flat.
With the big G in the middle. What a wally these people are.
I've sold a microphone, so I can either round out the show or rely on you talking for 5 or 10 minutes while I go and post it.
Go and post it. We'll carry on. Congratulations on the sale. Why are you still here? How come you haven't gone yet? Hurry up. Get out.
So I said Flat Earth Education. Somebody said Flat Earth Discourse. What's the next one?
Flat Earth Discussion.
Yeah.
Flat Earth Discussion. But doesn't that go under discourse?
Yes,
Well,
that's what he just threw a thesaurus at my discussion. He threw a bigger word, discourse. That's all he did. You think he's slick?
Wait, I hear chocolate.
Flat Earth is dope.
T-level reality.
Wow, Flat Earth is dope.
But see, you gotta stay with the FED. That's why Flat Earth.
So we're trying to stay with the FED. Like I changed it to FEE. So now that we know it's measured flat, now that we know there was never a debate, what should the name of the show be?
Flat Earth is dynamite. Dynamic.
FAI.
Now you're changing it.
FAI. Flat Earth Information.
FAI. Okay, I got that. Who's that? Georgie?
No, we can't change the FED part. You got to use that acronym for your thing.
We have to?
Yes.
Yeah.
We already changed the name.
What? You know how I looks like. It's a line, vertical line. And D, it's that curve line. You lost that, and now you have information.
Oh, that's a good one there. Good one there.
I got one. This will fit Nathan perfectly because he is. Flat Earth Dick.
With his haircut and that. Wow, yeah. Brave man to be doing that. Brave man. Put some hair on that head, man.
Flat Earth dialectic.
I can't.
All right, look up
Yeah,
that
I
if you
think
don't know what
discourse
it
is the
means.
best one. Flat Earth discourse.
How about flat Earth destruction?
No,
No.
then people could say, yeah, it is destroyed.
Yeah, no.
Flat Earth is destroyed.
That's giving them a lift up to destroy us or
Yeah.
try to.
How can they destroy us? It's measured
No,
flat. There's
you're
no
enabling them
destroying.
to attempt.
That would
You're
almost be
enabling
even
them.
better. That would almost be even better. Yeah, go with that. Flat Earth destroyer while giving us flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that.
Right.
Flat Earth destroyer. No, that doesn't work either. No, Flat Earth dynamite is what it should be called. Flat Earth dynamite. With those.
Dynamite.
How about flat Earth direction?
Yeah,
Flat Earth
I
dynamite.
like that.
Flat Earth.
Direction, measurement, linear.
Yeah, I love
There
it.
you
The horizontal constant. That's good. I like that one.
Are you writing all this down, Neil? We're brainstorming right now. Brainstorming is you're not allowed to say anything's a bad idea. You're just supposed to throw stuff up there and see.
Yeah, just
Wait,
try it.
unless Jim says it, then we could say it's a bad idea, and then we could start a big fight again.
I like direction. Neil.
I'm only
Direction
busting your
is straight.
chops. You know that, right, Jim?
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm indestructible. You know that already.
Of course. Listen, I know that. That's why I do that, because I know ain't nothing going to phase you.
Nah, nothing's going to phase me now.
I wouldn't pull that crap with any weak person because I know they're full, but I know you can handle everything.
It just rolls off.
CPR1.
That's right. Rolling off like water off a non-stick pan. Nothing sticking.
Well, if we could just think of a word that starts with the letter D, as in discourse, discussion, destruction. That means like concrete, like irrefutable.
Okay. I see what you mean.
You know
I was going to say, I was going to go with Flat Earth Digest, but that's more like a reading thing, isn't it? The reading thing, yeah. Flat Earth Digest, but still good. Flat Earth Digest.
That could be an idea for diet.
Can I say? Go to Google. Go to the dictionary. Go to letter D, and then go from D, from the beginning to the end, and then you find the word.
Yes. It's true.
Hold on. Let's do this Flat Earth Digest because you have to digest it.
Yeah.
Right? It's a lot of stuff we've taken in, and we had to digest it, and the garbage gets out through the drought, like Jesus says.
Right.
But the real stuff is the measurements.
Yeah.
And once you digest all of this nonsense, you come out with the measurements.
I just did what he said. Guess what? Guess what it came up with? I said, give me a word starting with the letter D that is synonymous with irrefutable. It said definitive.
Yeah, definitive. Oh, that's really good.
Flat Earth
definitive.
That sounds proper too.
Yeah, it is. It's bang on. Flat Earth definitive. Yeah. That's got that's got pepper. That's got punch. That's got everything. That one.
Yeah.
Definitive. Definitely. Wow.
Definitive.
Defined. Yeah. Definition. Defined. Yes. Definitely, I like that one.
And we have definitely defined it over here on this show.
I mean, like that. Yeah. Now that's good.
Does everyone know what an autodidact is? Does everyone know what an autodidact is?
Gotta go one at a time, guys.
Does everyone know what a autodidact is?
Autodidact?
That sounds like a bloody shame, but what is it?
I know what it is. It's something that didacts automatically.
Well, close.
Isn't that somebody that teaches themselves something?
Yeah, it's self-taught, basically. I'm a homeschool dad, and this is one of the things that I stood on was being an autodidact. It means you're self-taught. So flat Earth didactic.
Right.
You fly
or like an entrepreneur. Right. Self-made man. Yeah, okay. See what you mean now. Yeah.
We're all flat Earth didactic.
Yeah.
Let's vote.
That's really good. That's really good, that one as well. Flat Earth Didact. Yeah. 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 And that's a new word that most people won't know, you see. Flat Earth Didact. What's that? What's the Flat Earth Didact, man? You know? Self-taught.
Okay, Jin. Now here's the next phase of this little game while Nathan's away. Since you have the English accent, introduce us like Nathan would, but change the name to Flat Earth Didact. So do Nathan right now. Ready? Go.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are on the Flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Flat Earth Didact's 1980 show. How does that sound?
Yeah, but you got to come right in. He doesn't say good morning. He says, welcome to Flat Earth. Give us that.
Didact. Welcome to Flat Earth Didactic.
There you go. I like that because I looked at the definition. And if you look at the definition of didactic, you'll understand. It even puts on there moral with a moral.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. It's morally right.
Welcome to Flat Earth Didactic. Oh, that's dope.
Welcome to the Flat Earth Didactic.
Your Flat Earth
I'm Jim CBR1, standing in for Nathan Oakley, and welcome to the Flat Earth Didact.
Yeah, because the definition said...
My turn now. Go ahead, give me the definition, then I go.
Yeah, didactic is intended to teach something, particularly in having moral instruction as a motive. Boom.
Oh, that's really good, isn't it? I mean, come on. Who could ask for more there? Surely that's got to be the one.
My turn, since I came up with the Flat Earth, so I get to be Nathan Oakley. So I go. Welcome to Flat Earth Dick. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley.
Dick. Whoa. I don't agree with that, Nathan. Just in case it's been recorded.
Oh, it's recorded.
I wasn't laughing at all. Here's
a narcissistic one. Hi, I'm Nathan Oakley, and welcome to Flat Earth Dictatorship.
Yeah. Where I hold the mic all the time.
That fits because there is a dictator here. No matter how we feel like we got free reign, the dictator comes in and kicks us out. That's funny. Who's next?
Welcome to Flat Earth Didact. I'm Nathan Oakley, your Flat Earth Didact, helping you using the Socratic method to teach yourself and learn the Flat Earth measurements.
Please don't swear, or you get kicked. You get a bloodied nose and you get kicked out. But you'll be welcome back on the show, the next show. Don't come in on a soccer account because you'll be banned for life.
You should have said, please don't effing swear. If you do, you'll be effing kicked out, and you'll be effing warmly welcome back to the next effing show.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what always killed me when I first heard the show, and I had just seen the show before and heard him with the how do they taste, all of that, and then he said in the next opening, he said, please no swearing on the show. Well, if you swear, you'll be removed from the show. You come back and please. I was like, this guy got a lot of nerve.
You'll be warmly welcome back the next day.
Everywhere I went, everybody goes, Jim, but why does he swear, Jim? He says, don't swear, but he swears because I'm talking about Nathan. Yeah, but he swears a lot. I goes, well, he gets upset, of course. He gets exasperated with you Globers. What do you expect?
See, everybody missed it. He's telling you what. Bad chocolate.
He wasn't lying about being warmly welcome on the next show. We would welcome Rumpus and Brenda and all these people the next day after the person passed. So he didn't lie about that.
That's right. Yeah, he's been honest there, moral.
I always think, speaking of that, I always think about how people are doing, like Akuma Virus. He probably didn't change his avatar name. I used to hear y'all.
I remember that Akuma Virus.
Do it, Chaka. Do the voice. What do you mean? Do the thing when Nathan. Well, if Nathan, he's probably not listening. But when y'all mocked him, he was saying,
what did he say that time?
I forgot.
Why you make me feel flattered?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Akuma Virus. Well, I wonder what's happened to him. I haven't seen him for years.
I'm going to tell you right now where Akuma Virus is. Akuma Virus was just, I guess you would say, infatuated with Arwen. because he used to go into Arwen's show. He still does, and just break his shots. So that's where you'd see him. That's the only place I'd seen him, when he would go to Arwen's show.
And that's all he ever did. He was now me. He's just a straight up trolling antagonist. That's all.
Yeah.
He's a straight up baller. He is a religitard. He is a religious believer in the ball, and there's nothing you can tell him. And he holds to all. He thinks he's a mathematician.
Yeah. Do you know what? Neil, he says he's whistling past the graveyard. In his case, he's playing the trombone past the graveyard.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you know what I mean?
Definitely.
He's not whistling Dixie. Not just whistling Dixie, as you say. Yeah, he's really going for it. Just looks the other way.
Yeah, he's more like playing the tuba and farting at the same time.
There you go.
But that's the perfect example of whistling past the graveyard. Him and guys like him, because they know the truth. They know what it is. They're whistling past it because they fear of what's at the end of that journey. And the end of that journey is the death of their ball. That's what they're scared of, the graveyard.
It never existed. It doesn't exist. It never existed. That
that's even worse.
I don't know how anybody can. I don't know anyone faced with all this proof that you can carry on to be the way and hold that position. That's not good at all. That is terrible of a person.
Well, that's worse than death if you think about it. Because imagine not even knowing that you existed.
Yeah.
So the ball never even existed. So
that's right.
They have to whistle past that because it never even existed.
It never even existed. It doesn't exist at all. It's not here now. It never was. Wow. And you're going to carry on like that. That is worse than being in the gutter. No, I don't care. That's worse than being in the gutter, what he's carrying on with. Terrible. No. I don't know how somebody can be like that. But anyway, I drowned him. I just kept drowning him with the fact he kept whistling past, and I drowned him. Drowned him with all the facts, yeah. He used to do all the rounds before. He'd go to several servers, He would always be doing the round as well. So I met him quite a lot.
He provided good entertainment, but, he could leave his reference frame, just leave his pants in one reference frame and go to another reference frame.
He was one of those people that sucked me into those arguments, and I realized that to the point where I was actually using diagramical metaphors. I was like, just imagine this. I was like, so you're telling me this, because we were talking about a horizontal plane, which he did concede to, but in his celestial, equatorial way, he was thinking about
he was good at that, right? Getting you to fall into that.
That was his thing right there. And I said, so you mean to tell me when we're on the basketball court and that's a level plane where they're playing at, and over the top, let's say for instance, I'm using all these metaphors. That's the top of the dome, and the lights on the top of the dome shining on the stadium. That will be the stars. And I said, so where is your sphere? He said, underneath the basketball court. I was like, what?
Oh, bloody hell.
Like, what?
What a nutter.
But that's what he would do. Oh, man, a Kumu virus, boy. Underneath the basketball court. That's the dingleberry earth.
What a Kumu virus means? A Kumu is devil. Okay, in Japanese.
I didn't know that. Well, but that's what, if you think about it, that's the dingleberry earth.
Yeah.
That's what he was saying.
Yeah, the devil's virus. That's what he called himself. And I asked him, I called him out on that because he didn't think anybody would recognize that. I said, look, Akumu means devil. Why would you call yourself the devil's virus? Clearly trolling everybody. I wouldn't want to call myself that. That's not a name I'd want for myself. I said, username, the devil's virus. Why?
Is he saying it like he's a virus to the devil, or he is the virus used by the devil?
Right. That's what I was saying.
Who knows? He's the devil's virus. Yeah. The thing is, it's not a name that you'd want for yourself, is it now?
I wouldn't. That's like naming your son freaking Judas.
Yeah.
If you name your son Judas.
Right. Exactly. So right off the bat, he's not coming in, genuine, in good faith with a name like that. Definitely not. The devil's virus. I never ever called him that anyway. I never called him Akumu this or that. I never called his name because I didn't want to call it. It's not a name that I want to utter.
I used to call him Akumu. And I didn't even know I was calling him devil, but I was calling him Kumu.
What about this other
I never
guy?
called him Akuma at all. Didn't call him anything. It's like someone
I used to
came
just
in with
call
the
him
name God.
Virus.
Yeah, I didn't call him anything. I didn't even call his name. Someone else came with a name like God and goes, if you don't leave this server, you're going to get kicked out. With a name like that, no one's going to call you there. So you better go off and change your name.
What about this guy? Do everybody remember R.C. Meisty?
R.C. Meisty.
Never heard
I
of
don't
him.
remember that name, no. Don't remember. Doesn't ring any bells. R.C. Meisty.
Chocolate?
R.C. Meisty. Oh, yes. It's coming back to me now.
Chocolate. Remember R.C. Meisty?
Yeah, I remember him now.
Oh, yeah. Magnetic West. Yeah.
The accelerating coffee cup?
There you go.
Yep, that too.
Used to come on the 24/7.
Now listen to what he used to do. Listen to this, Jin. You know, like this. He swore that he's a school teacher. This is what we're told by him. And he puts Nathan Oakley's show on for the students.
Really?
Yeah. That's what he said. He actually uses it and he puts the show on for students, which I knew he was bull crapping right then and there. He is definitely not a school teacher, number one. And if you're a school teacher, you're not putting on flat earth debate.
No way.
A globe.
No way. Yeah.
Not the old flat earth debate. You'd be
exactly.
Yeah, that's right. No, yeah, you can't do that. No. Although I do invite my students onto the Discord to talk with guys like yourself. They've been on the 24/7 and then on the Hangouts before. Yeah. Even last week, my student was on the 24/7 last week. Yeah, it was on the English Hub. Okay, so I give them a taste. I want them to meet people online, and meet the flat earthers and other people and talk about whatever you want to talk about. And she enjoyed it. 1 hour. Yeah, it was good. On the English Hub and then on the random topics.
Yeah, we've gone through a lot of characters.
Let's not forget the Jamaican man.
I remember that one, Robert.
The recent ones. Yeah, the recent guy.
His name's Robert from Jamaica. Hold on now.
The line.
Yes. Yeah, it was just too much. They got rid of him. And you know what? Though? I called him out when he said, "What's his name?" Bill Casing was a grifter. Is it Bill Casing? Yeah, Bill Casing was a grifter. I said, I said to him, you, a descendant from slavery, you grow up, you get education, and you call this man you've never met in your life a grifter. As a black man, I said, I'm very disappointed in what you said there. You don't even know the man from Adam, right? He put his life on the line for the American citizens to protect his country because he's a naval officer. Okay, so he fought in the war. He realized that he was only a pawn. Okay, and then he realized they never went to the moon. So he did all that. He wrote a book on that, and you call him a grifter. I said, I'm very disappointed in you, Robert. Very disappointed in you. You're lucky I'm not in the same room as you.
The line. Yes, you're lying. No good Jamaican. I called him everything under the sun. I gave it to him, and then in the end, on the Omnivore server, I called him up on it again, right? And then he had to concede that he was wrong to say that, and he apologized. So that's a bit better. Jin, you're talking to a guy who thinks that Earth is a natural observed phenomenon.
I know. It's crazy. I know. The Jamaican is crazy, man. Yeah.
Well, that shows he doesn't even know what phenomena mean. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. No, you know what? He does. He's trolling because he is an educated man, okay? Definitely. Very articulate. No doubt about that. I'm not going to take that away from him. But like you said there, man, the man is just a fool.
I used to love when Nathan came in. When Nathan came in and patois him to death. What you mean, man? You coming here with this bullshit?
Nathan, you come in with the Jamaican accent.
And that's allowed. I'm allowed because I'm black.
But then the funniest part was when Kiwi came in and said, hold on, what's a bomber clock?
He was serious too. He's like, no, serious.
Yeah.
What is a bomber clot?
I'm like, are you serious? You don't know what a bomber clot is? You never heard? I never heard that. He said.
Means sanitary towel.
Yes, it does. That's correct.
But it's used as an insult.
Yes, it is correct. You're calling them a woman's rag. That's what you're saying when you call somebody a bomber clot.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the pussy clot. You got it wrong. That's the pussy clot. Come on, get it right, man.
And what about when they
you're
call
saying
it?
a bomber clot is more like a nappy, like a diaper?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
But then you got, I also heard.
Wouldn't that be a batty clat? Nah, that would be batty clat. Sucks teeth.
That would be Patty Rider or Patty Man.
How do you, Batty boy? That's a bad one.
Yeah, Patty Boy, Patty Rider.
Yeah, Batty boy.
Bomber clot. Taras clot. There's one you didn't hear of.
Yeah, that's the one I was going to say. Taras clot.
Taras clot. How's your mouth now, Taras clot? Before me put my foot in it, yeah?
I like it. There's some Jamaican in you somewhere, Jin.
Nathan's got some competition here. Let's have a sound off.
I'm impressed.
Jin.
Is who you talking about? Is who you talking about, me? Of course I have some Jamaica. What do you think? I used to go to the club called Ugly every day. Meet up with my spars and my bedroom, you know? Talking about.
I used to think that about Neil when you say
make two joke, and then and grind two woman, you know? What's it on?
Grind to a woman. He is a bad man.
It's a real rude boy.
And the other thing is, and ting. They used to say that a lot. You know, rice and chicken and peas and ting. Hurry up now.
Did you used to? This is the ultimate acid test for if you are actually Jamaican. Do you point out things with your lips? I want one of them.
Absolutely.
Yep, I see it already in my mind's eye.
Absolutely.
Yep.
That's Haitian.
Let me get that piece right there. Right there.
Let me get that piece right there. Yeah.
Sort of like it's sort of like they're throwing a kiss.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. And then you hear him say, "Yes, Aya." That one there, Aya. You got it, Aya.
And
Thank
then you give them the wrong one. They suck their teeth.
Not that one, Aya. You can't say it. That one, Aya. Okay. Go. I must make mistakes there now. Come on. I'm going to give you good money. You give me good food, okay?
Now the London's slipping in now.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you lost it a little bit there.
I remember when we went to Jamaica, it was me, my brother-in-law, his wife, and my wife. And, we were getting along, everybody was having fun. And our transporter, the guy that was driving us around, shuttle, we was kicking it. He was like, telling us where we can get some weed or whatever. And then, we were back there just having our own discussion. Yeah, man. Well, look at the other day. He was like, he stopped the train. He said, look, no, you're taking it too far. He said,
"You're taking it too far, man."
He said, "You're taking it too far. Me don't make fun of the way you talk. Don't make fun of the way we talk." This is me. This is me. And he was like, "We're sorry, sir." He was like, "No, it's okay. I just had to let you know, this is where I come up.
There's actually a word for that. Do you know what it's called? When you do that, if I'm around somebody from Birmingham, I'll slip into a Birmingham accent. And that is called, if you do it naturally with other accents or the way someone generally speaks, it's called echolalia, where you will imitate naturally. Now, they teach you to do this in sales. That is to say, it is a favourable trait for you to try and echo or mimic the way that your customer's speaking so that you can relate to them on a more personal level. But it's called echolalia.
Are you serious? Because my father, I would sit there like shaking my head because there was this family in a bar and they don't talk like that. Oh, the whole family, they talk like that. And my father would come in and they'd say, "Hey, Tony, how you doing?" And my father would say, "Hey, I'm doing great." And he talked just like them. And I'm shaking my head embarrassed. And they're holding a conversation and he's talking like them.
Echolalia?
Echolalia. with an L.
Echolalia. I can't help doing it, and the people at my job tell me to stop doing it because I do it to the patients. I don't care what they are, Filipino, whatever. I'll literally start using an accent to think that I'm kind of being more understanding to them.
That's different, but these people had a speech impediment.
No, but
This
that's
is a
absolutely
thing.
correct. Plus, it will make you more. What's the word? There's a word for it. They use it in acoustics when they're talking about. It makes you more intelligible to them as well.
Right.
Wow. So my father was ahead of the game, you're telling me? Because he was like literally making fun of their dialect. Word for word with them the whole night he's there.
Just like some people do it naturally. When it's done out of instinct, that's when it's echolalia, when you just find yourself imitating the type of accent that somebody you're speaking with has.
Then I'm caught up in that because I can't help that.
Yeah, but that's different. But making fun of a speech impediment, I'm like, Dad, what are you doing? He goes, I talk to them all the time like that. They don't know. Because he'd be talking to them and then turn to the guy on the left and speak normal. Then go back to them. Hey, what you guys thinking? Give me 2 pence for these guys over here.
Hold up, Neil, the whole family spoke like that?
The whole family. The whole freaking family.
Did they all I mean, that's weird for a whole family to have a speech impediment.
Very weird. But that was them. And everybody knew that. Oh.
Wow. I remember
Problem with
talking to
that when you try
some Jamaican guys in central London, place called Notting Hill Gate at the Carnival. It's All Saints Road, where I used to get all my gear and my weed and that, okay, from Jamaicans. And I happened to be talking about Tina Turner to my friend, right? And then the Jamaican guys, Tina Turner, who is Tina Turner? I said, you don't know Tina Turner? Are you sure you don't know Tina Turner?
Tina Turner and ting and ting and ting.
You know, I said, man can't live by reggae alone, you know. That's dangerous. You don't know Tina Turner? Wow. And we walked off, shaking my head. How could he not know Tina Turner? He's older than me. Get out of here. Wow. That was a shock.
When you started saying anting, I just had so many flashbacks of Rastas in paper shops when I was in Birmingham as a kid. It all came rushing back.
That's right, yeah. I made a mistake once when I was like 17, and I was working in this fruit and veg shop right on the Harrow Road. Real black people live, all Jamaicans live in there and from the Caribbeans, okay? And I was always helping the customers out, giving them a little bit extra for their money, okay? Now this Jamaican guy came in and goes, do you want a comb for your hair? He goes, I am not a user. I'm not a user of the comb, boy. I was only 17, you know. I thought he could use it. He said it was a mess. He said, no, I'm not a user. I said, okay, all right. And I offered him my Afro comb. Back then, we used to have the Afro combs. My one was with the black fist. So it was a black hand with the black fist, but metal spikes coming through. So you could comb your hair with metal, solid. But yeah, I offered it to him. He goes, I'm not a user. Wow. I never forgot those words.
Yeah, Kid and Play. He used to keep one in his hair, didn't he? Kid and Play. I think it was, I can't remember which one was the one with the big high top.
Kid Chris.
But he kept one of those combs actually in his hair, didn't he?
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Keeping his hair in place.
Well, he just had it shoved in. It was just like left in there.
Yeah, that was amazing, that was.
It wasn't just him. That was like a style back in the day.
Yeah, it was a style.
The flat top.
Flat top and parachute pants.
Problem when you're mocking him.
I'll take the parachute pants over the skinny jeans any day.
Yeah, you can hide your weed and ting and ting and ting.
Problem. I had all kinds of stuff in there.
Nah, New York, you got them parachute
Problem
pants.
is when you're
bringing you in a precinct, you're stripping down, and they are going through every single nook and cranny of those parachute pants.
Right, third time's the charm, Surf Daddy. Go ahead.
I was going to say,
you get the Buffalo Soldier.
Problem when you're innocently mocking or mimicking somebody's accent, which I like to do a lot. But when you use specific words that you're not quite sure about that are strictly, colloquial to that region. Like mixing up, trying to say what a bonnet or a boot is. But I got caught when I used the word decry. You use that a lot, and I said, "No, you're just decrying this or that," and like, well, people caught that? Said, what does that mean? Is there? I'm actually not sure. So when you're decrying something, what are you saying in Indiana talk?
Rejecting the concept of something is to decry it.
So I could say, okay, so you're just rejecting this or that. Yeah, I would say decry, and I think I used it in context, but that's not something Hoosiers tend to say.
The definition
at
is
all.
To publicly denounce or condemn.
So denounce and decry are
condemn,
synonyms.
Denounce, decry, all the same. They're all pseudonyms.
To express disapproval of some things.
Learn something new every
it's more
day.
than I said. I said to reject. Well, it's more than to reject. It's to publicly denounce it. So if I was to say in context to somebody on the anti-flat earth side, so you are decrying the flat earth measurements then, well, that puts you in the hard place. Yeah.
Absolutely. It puts you in no other place
what
but
they're
the hard
doing
place.
is they're decrying the word flat. Flat earth. It's not measured flat. They hate the word flat. You'd almost want to say you're decrying the horizontal plane of reference that we're measuring from.
Perfect. Yes.
Did we talk about that before, Nathan? We were talking about
while using it.
Hold on, just
why are they using it?
No. While they're using it, they're decrying it while using it. That's amazing, Glovers. Please keep going.
Yeah, because they have to use it.
Well, it's so common, Chocolate, that's where rock and hard place came from. It's like, how do I summarise the absurdity of this position where they're caught between a rock and a hard place? On the one hand, they need the flat earth measurements as a spin-off of refracted curvature and his exasperation talking to a couple of globies. And while they're utilising flat earth prerequisite measurements for their belief in a globe, he gets annoyed and says, you guys need a flat plane more than we do. Now, back then, that's in the frustration where he wants them to argue for ball, and they're not. They're using our flat earth measurements, much to his dismay, because it's making it an untenable argument. It drops beyond the discussion that we now call it and takes it to absurdity, much to refracted's frustration. Well, now, modern times, it's just welcome to flat earth, isn't it? It's like, if you decry the flat earth measurements, you don't have any measurements. Because that's all we've got. So you can't decry them, because they're left with nothing.
Yeah, which starts with their very first statement of, it's too big to measure the curve. Yeah. It's a hard place, huh?
No, they have to. They need the flat earth measurements, otherwise no ball. And there's no ball anyway, but in their imaginary ball, it must start with flat earth measurements, otherwise they can't even get there. So, very weird.
And again, it's like we had said before when I had mentioned, they like to kind of like imply that the sea, the great waters around us is not part of the earth. They try to, like make it like a differential. Like, well, you have the earth, then you got the water. No, it's all earth. Heaven and earth. Heaven and earth. Heaven above, earth. Mountains, everything, water. So,
yeah, because they're trying to separate, because the Bible calls the earth dry land, earth, and the sea,
yeah,
but it's all earth.
Exactly, it's earth. Yes, everything, every living thing. When I say every, I mean every. I mean, that means there's nothing else that does not. Every living thing. Every
Everything, man.
Everything, man. Fish, fowl, mammal, and humans live on the earth. Period. Whether it be in the sea, whether it be even when they fly, they still got to come down to land and eat. So don't talk about the earth.
Every little thing she's doing is magic. Every little thing that just turn me on.
You know, I think you're onto something there because every little thing they do is magic, and we're the people exposing the magic trick. Look, he's palming it. Huh? He's got it behind his back.
Yeah. Neil,
We're
did you catch
pointing out
that?
the magic trick, and it's driving them crazy.
Did you catch that sing lick I just gave there? A couple of verses from the Sting.
Yeah,
Police.
that's every little thing she does is magic. That's
Yeah,
when
you got
that's
it.
one's
Yeah.
going. They performed that in Africa.
Although I don't think Sting's black.
Oh, wait, I'd beg to differ. Sting is black. He is definitely black. If he doesn't think, if he's white, he certainly doesn't display it.
Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun.
Yeah, stop that now or you'll get me a copyright strike.
Yeah,
Sorry.
be careful.
Not sharing revenue with anyone.
Yeah, the songs the way he plays, the style he plays, he's definitely black.
What are y'all talking about?
Stingling from the Police.
Just because they've got elements of ska, that doesn't make Sting black.
No. I met him. I was like 2 feet away from him. He's black, man. Just appears white.
Another group that tried really hard was UB40 and RB20. Do you remember them?
Yeah.
I used to wash the car of the guy who was the trumpet player, the guy with the big dreads. So he used to live up the road from me on Mackenzie Road in Birmingham. So he had a house there and he had a BMW 850 V12 and I used to wash it for him. And his rather beautiful wife would be sat up in the top bedroom with her window open, not watching us, but like, you know, she'd occasionally poke her head out and she would be singing along to UB40 songs all day long with the music blaring out of her window in their big detached house.
Wait a second. She's married to one of the guys and just listening to his music?
Yeah.
Very strange. Now, the problem with them is, see, what made the Police great was they took a hint of reggae and they made their own style with it, right? It's the white people that try to be total reggae. Come on, man. What are you doing?
I mean, the guy with the dreads, the trumpet player, who was as black as they come. I mean, he had massive dreadlocks.
Yeah.
Not the singer, though.
No, the singer was white, but like I say, the trumpet player. And his car was absolutely badass. I don't know if anybody knows what an 850 is. It looks like a shark. And back in the 80s...
it's a lovely vehicle. My brother...
absolutely awesome.
Yes,
well, imagine seeing that in the 80s when everything else was, well, crap. He had a really nice car.
My brother owned one, man. Lovely vehicle. Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you were doing okay if you had a 5 Series. He had an 8. Because 7 was like 745.
Not just an 8.
And all that.
He had
That
the
was
V12.
Like, yep.
850.
8? Ooh.
V12 8. So he had a really, really... It wasn't that big. I mean, although it's an 8 Series, you expect it to be big. It wasn't that big. And it had really little wheels. But it was a V12.
Wow.
Anyway, he was that's my connection to UB40. The guy lived on the same road as me when I was in Birmingham.
Yeah, I like the way you said it looked like a shark, because I thought the exact same thing. It looked like a shark.
A lot, aren't they? I think they're only like 2-door anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a coupe.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. But they look mean, man.
Actually, it's coupe. Actually, come on, Nathan, you let me down.
American.
That's coupe, not coupe's American.
To you, if you'd have been speaking to me, I'd have said coupe.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, my bad. Retract. Coupe. Yeah, it's a coupe.
You mean coupe?
Yes, I do mean coupe. I don't like the word coupe. It sounds like we're going to have a revolution going on.
Coupe de Ville.
No, that's
No,
cool.
well, that is even English must call it a coupe de ville because that is actually its name. It's not like, well, no, we call a 2-door sports tourer a coupe. It's actually French, but that's just what we would call that style of car as a category. Whereas if it's the coupe de ville, that's its name. So, you know, I can't call it the coupe de ville because that's not what it is it? It's got a name. It's got because it's a specific car. So that's different.
So where are the lyrics used and what song is that? There ain't no Coupe de Ville hiding at the bottom of a crackerjack box.
Even the Honda, even American cars, they call them coupes. But that ain't got nothing to do with coupe de top.
Come on.
That's C-O-U-P.
Jen, I threw that out there. I thought you'd get it, Jen. Come on, you disappointed me now.
Well, I didn't hear what you said. What, the horizontal constant? I didn't hear what you said.
No, you're a man of music. There ain't no Coupe de Ville hiding at the bottom of a crackerjack box. Ding, ding.
No, those lyrics don't ring a bell. Which track?
It's Meatloaf.
Yeah, no, I wasn't that big a fan of Meatloaf stuff. I might have known the track, but, you know, no. Wasn't a big follower of Meatloaf. I do like one or two of their tracks.
They had when that album hit, that was a big album, man. That was in the late 70s, like 78, 79. But
Yeah,
that was a big freaking hit, Bat Out of Hell.
Yeah, Bad Out of Hell. Yeah, I remember it now. Yeah. Yeah, and I used to sing it when it was at the time. Yeah, I remember that at that time I would have been more.
It's from 2 out of 3 Ain't Bad.
Yeah, I would have been 16 at the time when that was out, doing the rounds. 16, going to be 17 that year.
I didn't even know who Meatloaf was when I was 14. When I was like that age. 14.
Really? Because that album broke a lot of
you said 79? I was 79. Damn, I was only 65. Yeah, I wasn't even.
You were my age, bro.
Yeah, we were both like what, 14?
Yeah, and I used to listen. The girls in the neighborhood would sing the freaking part of the girl, and the freaking guys would just sit there like, I mean, we didn't go back and respond to that, but that's what they used to do with that whole Paradise by the Dashboard Light.
I was more into the funkadelic, you know, and so high you can't get over it, you know, yeah. There's a chance to pass my way, talking about restrictions. You know the track I'm talking about? Funkadelic, great track. Best track ever made, even today. Plus, anyone's asked that track.
What's it called? Funkadelic?
One Nation Under a Groove.
Yeah, Parliament. Yeah, that's what I was listening to. Parliament, Earth, Wind and Fire, Ohio Players, Spinners, Whispers, you know, stuff like that. And on the hip hop side, Treacherous 3.
Well, hip hop was just coming out,
even
right?
a little bit of Kung Fu Fighting.
Exactly.
Kung Fu Fighting.
Yeah, everybody was Kung Fu Fighting.
The first like rap though that hit in my neighborhood was the Rap is the Light. I know there was before that.
That's cool and again. Doom. I won't say anymore.
Yeah, but I know there was rap before that.
Oh yeah, way before that.
Yeah.
But that's the one that like smashed everywhere.
Rappers Delight.
It was everywhere in white neighborhoods.
Yep, international.
Everybody wanted that one. Everybody loved that. Yeah. It was played and kept. That never died. That one was loved whenever it dropped. Everybody was into it. Whenever.
What the heck is this? The black
I loved it.
The black dudes like, what do you mean? This is what we do all the time. This is our neighborhood. You're just getting to hear it now. That's what I just started going to high school too.
And we didn't even consider them good rappers.
Exactly.
Well, there you go. For me, the pinnacle was Grandmaster Flash was then kicking it.
Yeah, but they were from Queens, though, right?
Yeah,
the Furious 5.
Yeah, the Furious 5.
No, they were from the Bronx.
No, I'm talking about the guys who did Rap is the Light.
Yeah, Rap is the Light. Yeah.
They were all Queens boys.
Yeah. One of them was a Bronx boy. That was the the one that died of cancer. Big Bang Hank. He was from.
Oh, how old was he when he died?
Probably, I don't know, maybe 60 something.
Oh, okay. All right. That's a shame. Great,
so what was
great
the
music.
Next thing that hit after that, D Rose? So that hit, and everybody started playing that. What was the next big one?
What about Cameo? Cameo, I like them. Cameo.
They put the Sugar Hill records. You know, Sugar Hill. They put Sylvia Robinson and that label on the map. So then after that, they signed up the Furious Five and the We're Coming.
Then it was on the way.
We're coming, we're here. All of them songs came out and all that. Yeah, so
there you go. Did you not get into Cameo at all? Cameo?
Yeah, Cameo. Yep, Cameo. Yep.
Yeah, no, I saw them live at the Town and Country in Kentish Town, London.
What year was that?
Ooh, that would be blood. Let me have a look now. 1989, 90.
Well, I saw him in 2015. He could barely walk. Blackman. He had on the same red jock. He had the same red jock strap.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
he was doing the same. Had the same haircut. Everything. Did all the song. He just couldn't move much. You could tell he was in pain.
Yeah, I actually saw them twice, by the way. I also saw them at the Hammersmith Palais, the theatre, right on the Hammersmith roundabout. Took my girlfriend there and we went there to watch them. Yeah, that was good. The only thing I didn't like about it was like a cinema thing. So, you know, you're dancing where your seat is. You can't really get onto the stage, you know?
So, D-Rose, who were you rolling with?
What do you mean, back in the day?
Yeah, like who were you like performing with, trying to break in?
Thompson Twins?
Well, I opened up for Shannon. Give me the light. I opened up for her. I opened up for D-Train. I opened up for Shannon, D-Train, Force MDs.
Wow.
You remember Force
MDs? Yeah.
Yeah, I opened up for them. I opened up for the guy, Fred Murray. Damn, what's the song they had? They had a hit song. They were like a duo. It was almost like Captain and Sunil, but it was a white guy at the piano, and he sung. Don't disturb this groove.
Hey, what about Rick James, man? Money talks, bullshit walks. Come on.
Now him. The only thing I know about him is that my ex-brother-in-law, we still good friends, used to sell cocaine to Rick James, and he used to be there.
Big time.
He used to hang out with Eddie and all of them, and Charlie and all. He used to be right up in there on them. As a matter of fact, Angelo told me some stories where Charlie and Eddie couldn't stand Angelo because Angelo had just as much money from the drug game because Angelo was like connected with the mafia. He was like that dude.
There you go.
The guys he was like that dude. Suitcase carrying, kilo carrying. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, you know, Rick James used to dress in all black, like vinyl, black and red boots. I used to have all black leathers and red boots on my motorbike. Okay, just like Rick James, but mine was leather. Yeah, man, all black and red boots from Louis Leathers.
Every story you hear about, Angelo say, "Yep, that shit is fact. It is fact."
Yeah, Rick James, he was good. He was. I like Rick James.
Nasty on the bass, man.
He passed away a little bit too early, though.
Great songwriter. Great songwriter.
No doubt.
There you go. See, we're talking some names now.
So you remember that song?
Lamont Dozier. What about Lamont Dozier? Do you know him? Lamont Dozier?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say that one hit song that you know this. Everybody loved this one. Fire and Desire. Come on now. With him and what's the girl? Passed away as well. Rest in peace. She made Square Biz. She made Square Biz. I'm talking Square Biz. The white girl that sung with him.
What? Not Sheila Easton. Not Sheila Easton.
No. This girl was a beast. Oh my God, I can't remember. Well, anyway, they made that song, Fire, baby.
Yeah, that's one track I don't know.
Within your flames.
That's a lovely track. Yeah. Okay, you're going to get a copy track. Hang on.
One.
Yeah, that's a great track, that one. That's
you definitely get a copyright strike with D Rose singing it. Whoa. Easy, buddy.
All right, sorry about that.
That was a great track, that one you just mentioned there. Yeah. Hey, I tell you what, we have mentioned George Benson, man. He was kicking it.
Oh, yeah. He was dope.
He was a connoisseur, George Benson. Come on, man.
He's still alive?
Yeah, of course he is. He's a Nigerian, by the way.
Okay.
He's a Nigerian man. And I tell you, he's not alive now. Al Jarreau was good. Al Jarreau.
Yeah.
He was good. Yeah.
Yeah, he going.
Yeah. And then Grover Washington Jr. And then you got Lonnie Liston Smith. Now we're talking class now, yeah?
And they were all born on a flat earth.
Yep. They were all born on a flat earth. Yeah. Oh, and Herbie Hancock. Doot, 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 doot.
Oh, funny you mentioned that. Can y'all hear me? It sound like you got silent.
Yeah, I just stopped because
Okay.
I didn't want to copy strike anybody.
Yeah. The guy that made that song with him, I can put him on the phone right now.
Wow.
No way.
That's my boy. We grew up together. It used to be Grand Mix to DST. Now it's DXT. Yeah, me and him, we do projects together and everything. Yeah. Matter of fact, I mean, literally, like he's on my thing thread, my thread right now. He just sent me something crazy that he sent me and Khadijah, another girl. He was responding back
that's the name of my niece,
by the
Khadijah.
Paul, by the big ups to Anthony Joshua crushing Josh Paul. He was sending me back.
Jake Paul, that was funny.
Yeah, that was hilarious. We were talking about that.
He's sticking his tongue at Anthony Joshua while he's getting his brains kicked in.
Yeah, that's all you can do sometimes, though.
Good life. The good life, good life, good life.
Yep.
Yeah. And then you had Soul to Soul.
Yep.
Yeah, that one have a good group. Soul to Soul. British group. Back to life. Okay.
Yeah. All the time. A lot of Neil.
Never going to be an 80s again with the music. It's over.
Never.
Yeah, they were the best times, man, weren't they? Yeah. Solid, man. Solid.
You had the second British invasion. You had hip hop coming in. Everything was like coming together. It was like a combination of the 50s, 60s, and 70s all smashed into one. Boom. You got the sound of the 80s.
Yeah. It was great.
You know why, right? You know why, right? Because all the young dudes that was starting out, all their labels are like interns or like being successors of labels or breaking off. They were the Clive Davises and all the Jimmy Iovine's, all the guys who were the new age top dogs. And they grew up in the studios during the time where the underground British and the hip hop were trying to get their grind on. And then they brought it out onto the forefront in the commercial popular level. So that's why they were from there. They were taking their grassroots and just bringing it up to a more contemporaneous way for us to all enjoy it. So us old heads were really listening to that same music in the 70s and the 60s with our moms and dads. And all they did was take that music and just evolve it into a new sound. But now they can't do that. That's why you see a lot of covers of movies and covers of music, because they can't create like that no more.
I used to call myself a jazz funketeer because I was into jazz funk. Yeah. And I would always be wearing out my shoes on that wooden floor in the Lyceum in the Strand, wicked dance venue there. I used to go there on a Friday night with Greg Edwards. Friday night and Saturday night. Greg Edwards, yeah? Capital Radio Live. That was always good, that was. The Saturday Night Soul Spectrum with Greg Edwards.
Well, Neil could vouch for this. Right here in the United States, a whole lot of shit's being coming to the surface, being unveiled.
Yeah.
Shit I already knew about. So I already knew about. One of the reasons why I never indulged in the music like I could have. And the people inside know what I'm talking about. And we talk about it sometimes because I wasn't down for that.
Yeah, I totally understood you, man. I wouldn't have been down for it either, mate. No, thank you, you know, you'd have to be independent, because you didn't want to sell yourself and all that. And, no thanks. I know exactly what you mean, man. Not into that at all. But I did love the dance scene, though, man. And I was there. I had all my outfits laid out, all hung up, set up nicely. Denim, I had one like Michael Jackson, all denim up and that. No chains, of course, because we learn in the army, you don't want things hanging off of you to be caught up and then you're tearing your clothes as you're going down the road. You know what I mean? Yeah. So none of those chains, but I was clean. Yeah, I had to wear stretch jeans because, when you're doing like 100 meter, 200 meter sprinting and that, you get big thighs and cycling. And, the Levi jeans are just for these men with straight legs. So I could never get into the Levi's. The ones I used to buy were stretch Lois or from Spain called Guess, the triangle with the Guess on the top. Yeah, question mark. I used to buy those stretch jeans when they first came out. They're the only ones I could get into proper. And then my denim jacket, double-breasted, zip on the side, right up to the neck. Yeah, and I used to go to the clubs, bang, Afro comb in the back pocket, let's go. And enjoy the music of the times. Meeting all the girls. Go ahead.
So Nathan, there's no. Do you have a show coming on later in the afternoon today?
On the second channel?
Yes, I know. I was hearing you talking about changing the format a bit.
No, over the Christmas period, I built up enough of a gap between the regular live shows and the uncut shows that I could just run them every day over the Christmas period. So no, there is a show every single day on the second channel.
Yeah, so Saturday and Sunday you had a show. That was good.
Yeah, there'll be one daily all over Christmas and New Year, all the way through to mid-January. I've got a show scheduled every day.
Oh, you mean a premiere, not a live?
Yeah.
Anytime it's on a second channel, it's not live. We just got to get more participants coming in that second channel.
Well, on that note, I'm going to bid you guys goodbye on that. I'll catch you up on the next side on the flip side. Okay? Thank you very much.
Jim.
All right, Jim. All
right, Jim.
Yes. Later. Yeah, we just got to share the show more because it's like 12 or 13 people in chat. Used to be a lot of people in chat on the second channel.
That's what measurements do. It shuts down the census of the trolling.
Not only that, I think it's gotten a little stale. It has. So open the book generates some more life, you know?
Yes.
People like re-engaging.
Wow.
Or if they lift the censorship slightly, as was suggested earlier in the show.
Yeah, so where did you hear that?
I don't know.
But you heard something.
Yeah, someone said it in the pre-show. I just can't remember who.
Well, that can only be a good thing then. If it does happen, that'd be great.
What, lifting of censorship?
Yeah. They can't argue with the measurement, see? That would be a foolish thing if they continued to censor when it's obvious to everybody what measurements are, what they do, what they prove. So, of course, they have to loosen up the band now. They had no choice. We're forcing them to rip the Band-Aid off.
I would agree. If we're saying, well, these guys over here are talking about measuring the Earth, and so are we, what are they going to do? Censor the people that talk about navigation and mapping and navigating? They can't do that.
Exactly.
Another proof that measurements are irrefutable.
Yeah, but I understand where Jen's coming from. Jen is trying to come at it, try to break the psychological aspect of it, which I totally get. But I still think the way you break that is demonstrating how flat it is, not how curved it's not.
That's all you can do. You cannot change no one's mindset.
Exactly. So I don't got to take them to everything they already know.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take them right to the measurements so they know it's measured flat.
Just used to.
They'll find out the rest on their own.
Wait,
I'm not going to put them back in the bowl. I'm not going to tell them there's no demonstrated curvature. I'm not going to go through all of that.
Telling you, I wish I could have filmed it and had it on tape to show y'all the way my boy Tony responded when he even did his own demonstration, and he just stopped in between and was like, "Oh snaps!" He felt like he made a fool of himself.
With measured flat, right?
Yeah. When I told them to show me the elevation angle on the basketball, I said, let's make believe. Come on, show me. How you gonna do that? Show me a horizontal baseline. First of all, me and him clarified what an angle was, what a triangle, all obtuse, all of that. And I said, okay, now apply that to this. And he was like, well, simple. And when he took that horizontal plane and went through the top of that, I was like, now is that real? Is that reality? He was like, oh, snaps.
That's like an inbred thing that happens because my wife said the same thing. She was like, but she's a flat earther. But she said, yeah, you just cut the basketball in half. And then you got your flat plane.
So, yeah.
Or deflated.
So hopefully.
It's got to go to hell, right?
Exactly. They were doing that in the early stages too. If you remember, they were doing orange as an illustration. They would cut the orange in half. Nobody picking up that they were using the flat plane of that orange. So when is Boxing Day? The day after Christmas?
Yeah.
So is that bigger than Christmas?
No.
What do you mean boxing? You mean like boxing up boxes, packages, or boxing like boop, 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 ding, 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 round one? What are you talking about?
The English have Boxing Day. Come on, you don't know that? Tell them, Nathan.
Yeah, we have Boxing Day, day after Christmas.
Boxing Day. What is Boxing Day? What are you talking about? Boxing like the sport boxing? Or boxing like, what are you talking about?
In boxing things.
I always thought it meant how we like return stuff in the States.
Yes.
Like day after Christmas, we'll box it back up and return it. But it's not that.
So it's not that either. Okay.
No, it's when the hierarchy gave the peasants gifts. That's where it stems from.
Yeah, you put the arms in the wooden boxes in the churches.
You put the arms in the wooden box in the churches.
Yeah, and then on Boxing Day, the priest would open the box and give the money to the poor.
Ah. Okay. Well, that's noble. Sounds noble.
Obviously, you guys don't have Boxing Day. Fair enough.
No, we it's the return day, we call it.
Yes.
Or the day after Christmas.
Yeah. We just drop him off. I gotta run to see. I have to find Shrek. They have some.
E-Rose, what do you do for Christmas Eve? What do you guys eat?
Nothing. I mean, it's nothing. But we don't have any type of tradition. Even though I know there are traditions, but we don't have any type of tradition. I mean, really, no. I never even recall us doing any type of tradition.
Wow. So Christmas Day is a tradition, all right? You do have a Christmas Day meal, right?
Yeah.
Same meal you have on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's what I heard of what it is,
Yeah. Somewhat. Like, that's what we are doing for sure. We shrink it down a little bit.
Yeah.
For the napkin.
Yeah.
Christmas Eve was always a big thing because Italians are mostly Catholic. They go by the Catholic traditions of the 7 fishes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
So
what
it's
I
a
heard
big
about.
seafood night.
Right, I heard about that. I would like that because I love seafood. Scale fish only, though. I don't mess with none of that. I don't mess with no scavengers, no shrimp, no catfish. But turkey is supposed to be, even Nat King Cole says, turkey and some mistletoe, something like that. Turkey and some mistletoe.
See, but my wife's tradition, they have pepper pot. We instituted that into our family because she's from Guyana, and their national dish is pepper pot. And that is something else, man.
I bet you it's delicious. Is it? I'm not trying to, minuscule it, but is it like? Because I used to love pepper pot soup. Is it spicy, like in that type of? When you say pepper pot,
Spicy in a sweet way.
okay.
Can't even explain it. It's just unbelievable.
Yesterday.
And you have it Christmas morning, and go 7 days without going to bed, and you just reheat it up on the stove continually. And you just sop it with some Guyanese bread. So you pull up some brisket and eat in this sweet brown, spicy sauce. Oh, it's to die for.
It's savory. It sounds real savory. I love savory.
Oh, it is savory.
You're making me hungry, but I'm going to round out. So, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.